Hello, everyone. Welcome into the break room. I guess first things first. Actually, wait a minute. I have a moderator here. Rabs, have you shouted out Frozen? Let me see here. Puzzle time. Been raided. Nice. I like the raid message. There we go. Thank you, Rab. Oh, actually. Oh no, that was Karate Man. It looks like I'll have to check the permissions on that. Let's see if I have it set for anyone can do a shout out. I guess not mod permissions. Yeah, exactly. I'll take a look at that one a little bit later. Right, let me write down that note for myself. Click. Back mod permissions for shoutouts. Hey, so yeah, oh geez, maybe I'll change it sooner rather than later. But yeah, first off, Rosen, hopefully your stream went well. Secondly, hopefully the audio in the background isn't too loud. Now I'm going through this. You're done. You promise. Got it. So what do we got going on for today? I guess first things first, I should address it. I said it in the Discord, I said it on Twitter. Breaker Zeroni is dead. Long live Breaker 1. We actually have Breaker 1 ONE finally freed up on Twitch. So this is, I believe, my first stream ever since I changed my name over to actual Breaker 1 instead of the Breaker 1 with a 0 in place of the O. The one thing I did notice is that it broke my StreamCord Discord bot, so no one who's in my Discord knew that I went live until I like manually did an at everyone. Didn't know if to do a shout out when you're not there yet. No, you're fine with that, Rebs. I appreciate it though. What else? Oh, let me thank all the. Let's go break one. Two quick thanks to all of the followers in between my last stream and this stream. Connor's Def Gay, Elias Hack Pro, Bio Shadow Fate, Faithfully Shells, Chargy, Hassan Alwani, TTV SS Games, and Z Thrasher. Appreciate all the follows from everyone there. Underrated. Work now, can't respond. Have a great stream. No, I appreciate the raid, Frozen. Take care. Hopefully, work goes well for you. Yes, and I agree with Crowderman. Don't text and drive. What else we got? I also mentioning the Discord account in Discord server. I mentioned it on Twitter. I mentioned it from my alt account in Discord. So this past week, my Discord account was flagged for spamming, even though my account didn't spam anyone. Like normally, if your account is hacked and the hackers start spamming other people, you'll actually see all the messages that they're sending to others in your own Discord, and you'll see like weird comments you didn't make. Never saw that. Discord server on join. Appreciate it, Raps. But yeah, so I didn't see any of that. I messaged Discord support. The last time that my Discord account was hacked, it took them a month to restore access to it. This time I messaged him on Sunday. I got access back on Monday of this week. So, yeah, what's up, DLX? Welcome in. So yeah, but I have access back to the Discord for like between Saturday to Monday, Sunday and Monday. Every message that my account had sent out like was flagged for spam, which included all of the Lost Temple information. But that should be all good now and all fixed. So aside from all that, the reason for stream today, I'm doing good, DLX. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, so reason for stream today. So with my divorce, with my everything, I cut off. I had a Google Calendar that I shared with my ex, and I turned off. I cut off the shared part of the calendar, so it's only mine. But that monthly puzzle event I do, Puzzle Pint, second Tuesday of every month, I missed it as a result of making all those changes. So it cut off my alert for doing Puzzle Pint, so I missed my monthly puzzle event. Whenever I miss it, we do a stream instead. So, like Rab just said, puzzle stream. Yeah, seriously, DLX. Yeah, for some reason, it never seems to line up. But today I was able to do... You gotta go eat lunch? No problem. Appreciate it. So yeah. What did Rab just say? The puzzle stream, best stream. Luck and unluck. I'll be around here. Like Rab said, this is an interactive puzzle stream where let's actually get everything set up, especially now that the music ended anyway. We're going to close this. Gonna put, actually, that's the one thing we can keep. So, Puzzle Pint, there we go. So here's the actual puzzles. The theme of the puzzles this month is The Expanse. I haven't actually, is unluck a word in English? I don't believe it is. This is just the answer sheet. This is the answer sheet at the top where you would normally fill in your answers. The quickie version for those who haven't been here for a Puzzle Pint stream is typically they do Puzzle Pint every like I said, second Tuesday every month. You go to a different bar each month. They run it in like 50 different cities across the world. And so this is the packet that you get. So here's your team name, your start time, end time, blah blah blah. And then here's all of there's the 4 puzzles that you do. You get answers to those 4. Once you get those answers, you do a meta puzzle that uses the 4 answers you got, combines them together in the meta to do a last puzzle. And then there's a bonus, which is just a spare extra puzzle. I didn't look at what the puzzles are. The only thing is I looked at the top right. There's a 4 out of 5 pint, essentially star ratings. 3 out of 5 pint, 2 out of 5 pint. 3 out of 5 pint, the meta was 3, and then the bonus is 3. Team breakers or breakies. My normal name, you can look it up on the website. My typical name for my team is Danger Noodle, um, which you'll see old scores of ours, which will and it tells you how many were on our team because I think it's one of the team size, and it'll be anytime you see a team size of 1 for Danger Noodle, that's just me. Up to like 7 people is probably the most that we ever had there. But let's go ahead. Let's take this. Boop. Don't think there was anything important in there, but I do want to have some music playing in the background. Danger Noodles. So let's go to here. Downloads. I have to remember like my entire playlist. So, yep, always use that. You're gonna hear music for a quick second, and then I'm gonna immediately pause it, and then we'll go right back to it right afterwards. But what do we got? Dual throttle. No, deliver and filter come later. Oh right, the whole playlist is gonna be out of whack. Um, actually, we can just look at it right here. Uh, Twitch.tv breaker 1. We'll mute it. But if you ever want to see my music playlist, it is down here. Click. Oh, that was loud. Um, let's see here. So dual throttle, pips, syzygy, Zephyr, deliver. Zephyr's actually the end credit sequence song from the stream. Let's see here. Deliver, Hunter, filter walls, move on and outbreak. Filter walls, move on, and outbreak. We will keep this at level 30. Play this in the background. We will loop the entire playlist. Cool. And then the last thing that we have is on this scene. Close this. We can close this. There we go. Is when I press the start button down here, if you look at the bottom right of the stream, we have a timer to time how long this is all going to take us, which I can stop, start, reset, whatnot. I think we are actually ready though. The one thing is they give you, so here's like the main site. Let's also go to the code sheet. We'll keep the code sheet up. This is not for prizes or anything. This all happened on Tuesday. Speed puzzling. Because it all happened on Tuesday. We have the solutions here also. If we ever get stuck. Actually, we have both. We have hints and solutions in case we ever get stuck on anything. Since this all happened 2 days ago. But since this isn't for prizes, what I was going to say is you can use any resources that you want. You can Google, you can do whatever to be able to solve all this stuff. The one other thing that they do is they give you this, which is a Google worksheet. So we'll look at the puzzles here, and then this worksheet is where we'll actually do the puzzles. Also, I'm going to turn the music down a notch just to help me. All right, well, let's press start on the timer. Timer's going. All right, let's take a look at the puzzles. We're gonna start with easier puzzles just because they should be easier to go through. So we'll start with this 2 out of 5. Then we'll work on the 3 out of 5 up here and so on. So also, you don't need to know anything about the Expanse, the theme, to be able to do this. The main thing to look at is anything in bold is going to be hints. So this concealing a weapon, this 1 and this not are going to be relevant. So, stepping off the ship and onto firm ground, Amo sights the growing crowd for signs of danger. Shifting focus from person to person, he looks to see who might be concealing a weapon. Ready? Okay, so concealing a weapon, seeing it's a word thing, probably just means look for the word gun, for example, or rifle, or whatever. inside of the actual words here. Like I already see the Gambo Mbewe has the word B-O-M-B inside of it, so it has a weapon being concealed in the name. Attention is crucial here, as even one missed threat could spell disaster. Other efforts would have been for naught. So 1 and naught means 1 and 0. 1 and 0 is typically what's 1 and 0? There we go, binary. So it's probably going to be binary answers that are coming out of this. Notice they consider binary to be 5 digits long. This puzzle has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. So it's probably each one of these lines is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different answers. Oh, Gunther. Yep. Once Amos has identified all the dangers, he'll realize the inescapable solution to his problem. So, with all of that stated, that is this one. So let's go ahead and look for... I already said the bomb one. I think we'll just go like this and we'll make it bold. If you see any weapons of any type, like this one has rapier in it, which is a form of sword, more than likely they're going to be in between the two words, so it's going to include the space, like bomb and rapier, only because it's easier to hide words when there's a space in between. Let's see here. I say that, but then I do see Uzi and Susie. Rajat has Shiv. Looking. Got it. Yep, Shiv. Thank you. So I'm just kind of like, the way that I do these in my head is I kind of start from a letter and then I move along in my head, adding letters along. I see that it's not that, so I move on to the next letter as my start letter and then continue on. You did say Gunther. Is Gunther in here, or was that an example that you had thought of? Nope, you're correct. There is a Gunther. I was looking for a first name of Gunther rather than a last name of Gunther. Oh, Chris has sword in it. What else do we got? Miles Pearson has spear. Cat Ann has katana. Yep. This one has grenade. Terry Fletcher has rifle. So I'm also, the only other thing I'm happening to notice in here is there's the ones that oh wait, concealing weapon, everyone has something to hide. Oh wait. In between this, like, this doesn't say everyone has something to hide, and yet this does. I think that something was lost there. Like, this was probably a clue before. But that actually shows me something I was just about to say, which is like, this has friend, but that's not a weapon. And this has love, and I saw another one had calm. Yeah, love, calm. Max Evans has axe. There we go. So, like, so this is probably going to be Rose. This is nice. This is help. Gun. But then if that's the case, is this Uzi is the question then. I think we're good still. I'm not seeing anything specific. Oh, Joy. So yeah, so the ones, oh, here's pistol. So the ones that are safe, that aren't weapons, have nice words in them. Mace is a weapon. A sword. That's less. Is there... Oh, bless. So that's a nice word. Bomb, rifle, love, katana, hair, hind. It's a nice word. This one I'm not sure. If someone wants to let me know if they see a weapon in there. Spear. Oh, glad. Yep. Yep. Glad for Gladys. I'm not sure on this one. Didn't notice Adam. He's only said 6 messages in here so far. Aid, probably. Heal. Mend. Calm, like I said before. Grenade. Rapier. Lay. Shiv. Friend. And smile. Okay. So I think we're good so far. No, someone just didn't look at the name. A lot of weapon scissors. Yeah, that's right. So this is 00001. So close on that. 00001. And also, we want all of these to be formatted as text. If we can... Oh, don't make me add rows just to put in numbers. If anyone sees how to... Oh, wait. Format text. No. Just give me the formatting for these. Google Sheets format as text. Or cell as text. Oh, I don't want to do it that way. Number, more formats, custom number formats. Whatever. 00. Yeah, we're gonna do it some other way, like with letters or something. We can use O's and I's. O-O-O-I-I. Okay, great. This works great. O-I-I-I-I. O-I-I-O-I. Oh, God. O-O-O-I-O. Oh, they're getting bigger. O-O-O-O-I, which is probably the letter A. I-O-I-O-O. Okay, can we, like, format this? Clear formatting. Okay, great. That works. So now we look at our code sheet that we have over here. So with 2 1s at the end were the letter C. With 4 1s at the end, we are the letter O. 2 1s, O1 is the letter M. C-O-M. 1 O. It's going to be high up here. That's the letter B. I was right about this being A, and then it's going to be the letter T. It's going to be the word combat. 10100. Yep. T. Oh, that's not what I wanted. T. So we'll put puzzle answer here. We type the word combat. Check the first sheet. Hey, it's correct. Okay. So we've already completed 1 puzzle. So next. That's pretty good. 10 minutes for the first puzzle. Okay. Naomi stares at the wipe drive in frustration. Hopes she can scrape any useful information off it. This particular drive is luckily double encoded for redundancy, so every piece of data on it should be written twice. Carefully picking it up, she sets to work soldering connections to a debug board, hoping that once everything is in place, she'll be able to read out the data that was hopefully only partially removed. Every clue is placed in the grid, starting at a given number and going in the given direction. So 1 goes to the east, 3 south, blah blah blah. Each answer also makes exactly one right angle turn. Every square in the grid will be covered at least once. Okay, got it. This is at least once, not only once. Each answer makes exactly... Okay. It's exactly one right angle turn. Got it. So let's figure out some of the words first. What is this puzzle? It's the Naomi puzzle. So we'll go back to this. Pi r squared, is that area or is that circumference? Pi r squared. It is area. We'll put this slightly more to the side. They're often counted at night is... Oh, also I just realized there's a number 4. When you have a number like that, that's the number of letters. So yeah, stars, area, cavort around is, I think, wander. Also, why is like some of this bold and some isn't? There we go. Labor or green are parties. A great fate is wine, technically. Come back to that. Grandma affectionately is Nana, probably. Smash Mouth is the band that did songs for Shrek. Nimble. Oh yeah, I can see Squish for that. Labour Party and Green Party. Labour Party is one of the 2 major parties in the UK. Green Party is everywhere. I mean, I know Germany, where you're at, has a Green Party. We have one in the US. There's a Green Party in the UK as well. But yeah, they're political parties. Yeah. It could be spun in multiple senses. Not sure yet. A preacher might give her congregation. Not sure. Currency for ABBA members. Technically, it's money, 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 but we'll just go with money. An entry on the Puzzle Pint code sheet. Well, it says a entry on the code sheet. Oh, it's probably just going to be alpha, since that's how they spell that for NATO phonetic. Like, what does labor of the color green have to do with partying? Soup before sushi is miso. Resource in an asteroid is ore. Princess perhaps to a kingdom. Yo, what's up, Reserved? How you doing today? I don't know a 3-letter word for spicy yet. A booze holster is a flask. Not sure 3 letters for target. Although we are doing puzzles today, Reserved. They are community. So you are more than welcome to shout out answers if you see one. Spicy? Hot? Yep. Where Johnny Cash once shot a man. Reno, isn't it? Johnny Cash shot a man song. Shot a man in Reno. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, closing that. Reno. Target. Maybe. Because target is typically the thing that you're aiming at. Aim is the verb for it. Do you think? Okay. We'll stick for that for now. Unless we come up with something better. Nimble. What are some nimble? Thesaurus. Nimble. I mean, it was 4 letters, right? Deft isn't the best word, but it's like spry, maybe. I like spry a bit better. I don't know, nimble's more like you could be slow but nimble, couldn't you? Because isn't it kind of like just that you're able to get around easily? Isn't that the whole point of being nimble? Also, we can probably fill in a bit of this by now. 1 east. So we know. Here's what we know: is it says which way it starts, right? So we know that it either goes ARS or it goes ARS or it goes ARS. But at minimum, for all of these, we could fill in the first 2 letters, right? And we'll be... maybe. It's the multiple senses part that's getting me. on that. So, so for the time being, what I'm gonna do is, oh, I just realized something also. So it says 3S. There is no actual 3, but this is 3. So we're just going. It goes SDA probably down E. Yeah. So this may or may not be where the bend is. So I'm only gonna fill in the first 2 letters on any of these. Number 4, if this is wander, and if it's for east, that's WA. Labor or green for west. Oh, this isn't wander because this is number 4, and I'm more confident in party. So we'll stick with the PA, and then here's where the R is gonna go. Grape Fate. I'm actually not gonna put Squish just yet, just because of that Q. Grandma, wait, okay, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10 is Nana, and it's going east. 19, so that's over here. 19 north is Smash Mouth. 25 east is the beginnings of money. 37 is over here. Going south is Alpha. It can only go this way. The soup before sushi is miso soup. I'm confident in that one. And that goes this way. Resource in an asteroid, I'm pretty confident on 4, 37, 38, 39, 40. Uh-oh. That was 40 south. 41, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Oh, I don't know anyway. Spicy hot, pretty confident in 41 west, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Is HO. It can only bend this way. So that's hot. Booze holster. I'm pretty confident in flask, I think. Yeah, I can see hair. Air. 8 to 9, 40, 41. And it's going north anyway, so it could be HE. In fact, we know at minimum it starts with an H, right? I'll come back to that, but I think you're probably right. We have a problem with flask also. Or a problem with miso or something. Because 40. Oh no, never mind. It goes west. FLA. Oh, what was the 25 one? All right. So my problem now is it says, where was it? Every clue placed in the grid, each answer makes exactly 1 right angle turn. But if this is flask, FLA, this would have to be S, and I can't bend again because you can only bend once. That would make this a K. So unless there's another, what was it, 25? So unless there's a different currency for ABBA members that starts with the letter K. Or if there's a booze holster that goes FLA blank M. 46 is here, goes east, that's RENO. I'm also gonna color in these ones that are definitely done. That's a better color. Hot is definitely done. 41 north. If we did, I think we'll be fine with there. Yeah, so while I agree, like ABBA currency, like the first thing, money, money, money by ABBA. Okay, you did say aim. That was 45, 43, 44, 45. Yep, AIM. Yep, you're correct. And it fills out the entire bottom row. Let's see. What a preacher might give her oh, that's a sermon, right? Also, that's probably going to go into money, I would imagine. So that's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and it's east. Oh, maybe it isn't going to be money. But I can see sermon fitting in this way. Which means that this is done. I'll fill in things like stars, which only take one right angle. Yep. True. And we already have the SDAR, so this is the S, so that's done. Area was at 3 south. That can only go this way. Cavort around. And it starts. How did we get a P over here? Oh, it was for party. Wait, but that was for west, which is. We still have a problem here. Yeah, I agree with Prance. Okay. What else could be labor or green then? Also, grape fate. So I'm not sure. Also, this isn't necessarily Nana. That one I'm willing to take out. Raisin. I like that. I like. That's 5 south. More than likely goes down to here. Oh, with the Nana. Well, it does potentially, but like. Oh no! It was 4 west, so PA. Yeah, so that's fine. So more than likely, it's going to be N over here, and the A is going to be in the top right, like this. Is going to be my guess. So this I'm confident on. This is 19 down for Smash. No, 19 north. SM. I'm looking at 1E for party because we could easily have Smash of SMASH, but only if stars is wrong and it's SH something. Do Prance for 4E. So you're saying, oh yeah. Okay, then we do have Nana doing exactly what I said, NANA. So then, Grandma Affectionately Nana is fine now. Prance now works then. So either Stars is wrong or Smash just goes ASH like that. Being that it's Smash is definitely correct, we'll just stick with that. 19 starts with an S. Right, we know that much. And it could be S blank O blank. Yeah, and you're right. Yeah, we're definitely. Oh, we never actually did Raisin. Um, but yeah, you're correct. It's now either IN or IN. Um, 21. So it can be spun in multiple senses. Whatever it is starts here. We got summon 5 east. If that is money, then it'll go MO. It could only go NEY. That's the only way that that would actually fit. 37 down. Alpha we have incomplete. Or we have completely. The soup before before sushi should be miso. That's 38 MI. And then I think we have to 38 east, right? So then it has to be that. With that stated, that means that yeah, I'm wondering. Hey, hold on. I want to see if there's like any other references to other money references in Money Money Money. I'll come back, but yeah, that is possible. 40 south is ore. We already have that. And we still have this problem of a booze holster can't be flask, or money is just plain. Oh, you know what it's gonna be? I just figured it out. It's gonna be that. So, Krona Krona is Swedish currency. What country is ABBA from? Sweden. Yeah. So, now that we got that, this is definitely flask. Yeah, I told you it's not money. Yeah, you're right. So for ABBA members, so this is Krona. This is flask. I think this is the only way we can fit Krona, right? Is the way that I have it in here now, which means that this is now correct. We can do air, like you said earlier, because we have the space to do HEI. It bends to the right to make air. Yep, and you just said that it finishes raisin too, right? RISIN goes to the left from the N in Krona. You're right. Labor agreeing for well, what? Oh, so it wasn't wool. It's not start. It's yes. Okay, that's better. SH. Okay, which way does it go? Was that what we had before for stars? Right? And that now Smash actually works. 3 south. So this is okay. I'm erasing that. Here, I'm going to redo a few of these. So this is SH going east. From 3, it is area, which is AR. The board around, I still like France, which we still have going right. I still maintain that this is party, but if that's the bend, then that makes this party. Yep. Which literally Adam just said. We don't actually have sheep yet unless we put it in here. The bend for area will go AREA, and then that's good. So let's undo these and then verify them. Sheep is now in here. Area is now in here. Oops. Now smash goes upwards, so SMASH. So now that is good. Nana's still in the top right. I think Raisin's still in the right side. It is. Party we just were able to fill in. And France is on the very top right corner. Okay. Cool. We're now better. So now it's just these two in the middle. 19 east is... Oh, spry. SPRY. Which is... That was the word that I said that I liked more earlier. And then it could be spun. 21 east. 24 is... Oh, yarn. Wait. Yes, no? YA... 19, 20, 21. YA... What 4-letter word starts YA that could be spun? Yant... Gassy... Also, yeah, it should be yarn, right? But 21 east. So here's 21. Going east is YA. So that's the first 2 letters are YA. Oh, was that something that we had from before? And then now we can't have yarn. I don't even remember what that H was originally from. But that should be good now, right? We good? Everything look good to everyone? We can double check. SHEEP. Oh, was it from the other way that I was trying to do smash? Is that what happened? Okay, looks good. Okay, cool. So name a series of the... Hold on. We're gonna read this from here. To the right drive in first station, obviously she can scrape any useful info from it. The particular drive is luckily double encoded for redundancy. Every piece of data should be written twice. Barely picking it up, she sets work soldering connections to a debug board, hoping once everything's in place, she'll be able to read out the data that was hopefully only partially removed. Every clue is placed in the grid, certain given number, da 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 da. Okay, we are looking for a 2 6-letter words out of this puzzle. Oh, hey, look, I found 2 6-letter words. Yeah, system and metric. We'll do a capital. Metric system. Hey, look at that. Also, let's take combat. We'll capitalize this as well, just for consistency. Over here. Cool. Alright, hopefully people are enjoying this so far. You liked your idea too. So which one do we want to do next? There's James Holden is 4. And the other one is Alex Kamal, which is 3. So I guess we'll do the next 3. Puzzle streams are your favorite. Good. So okay, we'll read the puzzle from here first, and we'll go back to the actual to the spreadsheet. You feel useful. Rustinate. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that correctly, is in an asteroid field and the Belta needs to navigate through. Alex knows the number and sizes of the asteroids in the field, but they could only fully locate one. Help him figure out where the rest of the asteroids are so he can navigate the ship through the field. Careful not to even brush up adjacent to any asteroids lest he damage the Roki, whatever. Since each turn burns extra fuel, he also wants to make as few turns as possible along his route. Note that any two asteroids can't touch, even diagonally, and the numbers on the outside of the grid represent the total number of asteroid tiles in each row or column. Oblong asteroids can be placed horizontally or vertically. Okay, got it. So yeah, they're saying that I'm confused. I understand the oblong thing. What they're saying is most of them are square, so single square, double square. But then this one is an oblong, which means it can either go side by side or up and down. It's battleships, but with asteroids, right? Correct. What I'm confused about is what these numbers are about. Like, 1, this being a 1x1, I understand. 2, this being a 2x2, I understand. But this one that had a 5, but then is crossed out, 5 including the placed asteroid. Oh, how many of them there are. Okay, got it. Oh, so, yes, right, because there are 5 of them total, minus the one that they've already put down here. So there's 4 of those left, there's 2 of these left, and there's 1. Yep. Yeah, got it. I understand now. And then, so this is gonna, I guess, form a maze, essentially, for the spaceship or whatever it is to be able to get to the end. Block out the 3 rows with 0. I agree. For now, we'll just color those in as some kind of reddish color. Just so we know that there's definitely nothing in them. Try to be a little more consistent with the red color. Okay. Oh, the other thing that we can do, they say not even diagonally, right? So we can also cross out all of these because 2 asteroids can't touch one another, right? Everyone agree? Okay, good. Let's make this bigger. Make the whole puzzle a little bigger. So, with that stated, what else can we infer, if anything? The square ones should be a little easier to place. Like, the ones like this, they can't be in these rows, or these columns, excuse me, because with only 1 space for each of them, that means that the moment I place a square here, it fills 2 here, it would fill 2 here, so you can't do that. It also means, I believe, that the square can't be here for the same reason. Because if the 2 are here, that 2 is fine, but then the other 2 in the square have to be placed here or here, like that, and you can't use that. Alright, appreciate the lurk reps. It'll still be around here. So that means that the squares are within... Oh, also the square can't be here because then it would fill in this 1 column somehow. Both the squares fall in... They fall essentially in here somewhere, right? They just can't fall in columns 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. We also know that they... Do I want to color this out is the question. To say where it can't go, and then we can always take the colors away. Because we know that the square can't be in here either. We know it can't be here. So, what we've established is that these 2 are definitely filled as part of the square, and these 2 are definitely filled as part of the square. I think we can all agree on that, right? Because we said that, we said it can't be in these, we said it can't be in these, so it has to fall amongst here, it has to fall within here and not here, it has to fall within here and not here. So, so those are definitely parts of the square. We also now have 2, no, this is the ship. So this is one of the two for this. Oh, actually, it's one of the two, and we know that it's the square. So we know that all of those can't be used for anything. Actually, the same is going to hold true for this. Because it's either those or those, and then those twos will be filled. The same is going to hold true in this row. The moment that we fill in the square, those can't be used. Yes, it was second last row. Yep. What else can we establish here? Oh, we now have all 5 covered for this column. The last row is where the single is. Oh, just like in general? This guy, you mean? That one I'm gonna come back to. I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just looking my way through. Do. Oh, I just established something else also. So this column has a 2 in it. So one of the squares has to go like this, like where this is the left side of the square and this is right, and then this goes this way, or it goes like this and then it goes like this. They can't both be going right because this 2 would need to be a 4 for that and that to be true. So no matter what, these can't be taken. One of them is definitely for the square, and then the once that's filled, the other side is definitely for the other square for this 3, and then it's either this or this that's filled. Oh, this actually can't be filled in at all because that would be, no matter what, this is true. This is diagonal. Same thing goes here. That one is adjacent diagonally. Yeah. Because you can't put the 2x2 square in here, and we can't put the one of these two. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. So that is definitely the 1x1 down there. Yeah, you're 100% right on that. So that's good to know. We know where the squares go. We know where the 1x1 goes, which means that everything else throughout this puzzle are the other 4 of these guys. Row 4, column 2 is red. Wait, column 3. Oh, because yeah. You're right, because that was the other one. You're right. The letter S is already being taken up. Yep. I totally because I'm not coloring the same gray as they are. We can go back to using their color of gray. That's fine. Okay. So we got all of that logic. Now, so these ones and these, I'm thinking that one through really quickly. But essentially, so there's 4 of these left. It'd be ideal if that was one of them. Let's see here. We know 2 of the 4 are going to be from this. Okay, well, let's mark off really quick. There's definitely 1x2. So we'll call these 4 the 1x2s. There's definitely one in this row. And that'll finish that row because you can't, there's no way to do an up and down. So it has to be a left and right. We can only use the 1x2s left over. One of these will be filled in by the square, and that will get all of that filled in. What else? is available. 1x1 at the bottom. I'm just looking if there's any specific logical things before I just say, what if this was one, and then hear you out. Also, the other thing we know is that this can't, the 1x2 can't be side by side here, and it can't be side by side here. So these two is definitely an up and down, so it's either this or this. The third to last row, which is this, the O and the F is red. Specific reason? I'm looking through the reasoning. If it was here, then the M would be fake, this would be the square, this would be the square. So that would be gone. The 1 would be gone, so all of the rest of these would become red. Yeah, I'm looking through. But then if that was the case, so now we need one more. Yeah, no, I think you're right, because so if these became gray like this, I'm gonna undo everything I'm about to do. Then what it would mean is this would end up becoming gray. These would become red. This would become gray. This would become red. I'm mostly doing the, even though I think you already are saying it in chat, I'm doing this for the visuals for everyone else. This would end up becoming red because that would be filled. And then we have zero way to get a single gray to fill in this 2 in this column without actually putting... unless we had the 1x1 at the very bottom. The 1x1 can't go to the right side. If it ends up here, then this ends up being red. Is it like similar logic? There's no way to add up the numbers on the right 5 columns. Last 5 columns are 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. Yep. Yeah, more than likely the 1-1s are going to be like this, another 1-1 is going to be like this, and the 2 is going to be like that, correct? Essentially, the 2 1s are going to be ones that go left and right, and the 2 is going to be an up and down. So everything that I just did a moment ago, do you think all of that was correct? With the OF being one of the asteroids? I should be able to... Yeah, I can... Oh, welcome back, Rabs. Alright, Adam, so are you saying that everything here now looks correct? Okay. Cool. So now we have the 2, the 1, the 3, the 5, and the 2 covered. We have 2 squares, the 1x1. We need 3 of these left. So we need... If we filled in... Bottom row is done. The 3s are what I'm looking at now. Oh. Okay, so... But this 3 means that there's an up and down here somewhere. The only place that we can put an up and down is here. But to get 3 out of this, UK is vertical. Yeah, but then, so how do we fill in these 3s? Look at row 3 and 4. No, so, like I said, so if that was the case, then these 2 ones would be done. Oops. This 2 would be done. Okay, but yeah, do you see the problem now? Oh, yeah, but like I'm pretty sure that the vertical has to be over here to be able to get this 1, 2, 3, but then it can't be because then we can't put anything here or here. So I think that that N is wrong. Yeah. No, I do think that there's a way to get the 1 on the right side. We just haven't gone through that effort just yet. But I do think so. So here's what we know. This 3. So let's start with the 3. Right, because that is significant. The up and down is either this 2 over here or it's this 2 over here. If it is this 2, we know that the only thing that I agree with your logic that the 1 by 1 absolutely has to be down there. We can't have the 1 by 2 over here because we need to get some 1s out here, which means that either this or this has to be the 1 by 2 to be able to get 3 in this row. So I'm pretty sure that cannot be up and down right here. Okay, we know for a fact row 3 and 4 need a vertical asteroid. Yep. And it can only go in UK. Is there any reason it can't go in BS? Yes, it was, but I forgot it. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm trying to say. So we have 1 here, 2 there. There's definitely a 1 by 2 in here somewhere. Going across. So where can the other 1 by 2s go? One of them is going to be vertical. Almost definitely. You ever just crave something very specific to eat? Like right now I want some blank salami. Like nothing, just a salami. A good bunch. Yeah, I've had those kind of cravings before. Let's see here. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say about this number 3. This is 2 of them. The 1 by 2 cannot go left and right over here. Because that would make 4. That would make this a 4. Which means that it has to go up and down. It cannot go up and down here, 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 or here because of the 1s. Therefore, none of those can be filled in. Correct? Because we can't fill them in with left to right ones, and we can't fill them in with up and down ones. So they're just unusable squares at this point. Bottom row, you can make the last N red. There's no way it could be the 1 by 1 asteroid. Yeah, because then we would block out all of these and like again, almost definitely that this or this is a 1x2. So I pretty much agree with you. What else do we have? All right, we know the 3 and the 2 over there. I wouldn't. This isn't the 1x1. So if this is filled, this is the 1x2, correct? To make 1, 2, 3. But if that was the case, these two would become red. We can't have a 1x1, and we couldn't fill this 3. Therefore, this is not a usable D. Bottom row A is the asteroid. Okay. I probably agree with that. Because again, I think that that it's either this or this is the 1x2. This is probably the 1x2 over. Yeah, that could be the 1x2. It's more than likely going to be that, this, one of these two, and then one of these two. That sound right? Okay, we'll fill in everything based on what we just said there. If everything is right so far, actually, already I'm pretty sure we know that we're right so far on this. That that has to be the 1x2 because I already eliminated that as a possibility. This 3 is done. This 2 is done. This is a 1x2, which can. There's no way to get this 2 by doing like 1x2 this way and this way, because it would eliminate these columns, and then we'd have to fill in the 1x2s up and down, which we can't. So that 2 has to be an up and down. So it has to be this. These are all red. The 2 is now done. Oh, yeah, you're right. Because with the A being the asteroid, it can't connect diagonally, therefore it can't be that. It can't be this. This and this are now gray. This is now unreachable. Can't be these. And then we would have to fill in this and this. Yeah. So checking 2, 1, 3, 5, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. We're good. 2, 2, 1, 1, 0, 3, 3, 0, 0, 4, 2, 1. We're good. We're good. Okay. So those blocked off letters, they did it pretty gray, so I think that we could ignore that. So now Alex is in an asteroid field and the belt needs to navigate through. Alex knows the number and such as the asteroids. We can only look at one, help him figure out where they are. To navigate the ship through the field. Careful to not even brush up adjacent to any asteroids. Okay. So now what they're saying is we can't even like get the path from this spaceship to the end. We can't even touch the areas around asteroids, including diagonally, right? Since each turn burns fuel, he also as few turns as possible. Okay. So now what we're saying is avoid these areas when trying to get to the end bit. right? And now we can actually see the only path that is viable is this. Hopefully everyone at home is following along. Yep. It says as few turns as possible, which means not turning to the J, because then we would have to turn to the C. So... okay. Yeah, that's the only area. Like, this is as few turns as possible, is going in that direction. Now, that's the path. Use the highlighting tool to draw asteroids on the field. The first asteroid has been placed for you. Da-da-da, we did that. Okay, cool. Let's make sure there's nothing else in here before we start figuring out. Not in brush up, less damage. Since each turn is... Okay, we are looking for a 7-letter word. I'm assuming that it's at the corners. Because that was their most important thing. The corners are S-P-E-E-D-U-P. Speed up. We're good. We're doing well. We are now on the hardest of the 4 puzzles, at least according to them. James Holden. Let's click on that in the sheet to get ready for it. Alright. Earth, Mars, and the Belt. The 3 factions of humanity are fighting over... Also, what... Oh, we're only just past an hour. We're doing great. Earth, Mars, and the Belt. The 3 factions of humanity are fighting over a shared set of resources. Holden's pretty sure each resource belongs to one faction, but isn't sure how exactly to determine that or even what the resources really are. First, he needs to figure out which resource belongs to each faction. Then he needs to match the resources with the clues in the same way he matched the resources with the factions. And only then can he figure out what's really at stake here. Okay. I didn't follow along with any. I read it. I didn't actually follow along. Earth, Mars, and the Belt. 3 factions are fighting over a shared set of resources. Holden's pretty sure each resource belongs to one faction. Then it didn't sure to determine it or even what the resources really are. First, needs to figure out which resource belongs to each faction. Then he needs to match the resources with the clues in the same way. Then he needs to match the resources with the clues in the same way that he matched the resources with the factions. And I can figure out what's sick. Now, the one thing that I will say is index. For those who don't know what indexing is, the word ant, A-N-T. The number 1 would be the first letter of ant, which is A. Number 2 would be the second letter of ant, which is N. And number 3 index would be the third letter of ant, which is T. So whatever these answers are, ultimately, we're going to take the index of those, and that will be the letters that we're getting out of this. So. Now what can we... I'm just thinking. I'm just writing and thinking. Cardinal directions are north, south, east, and west. Is a burrowing rodent a mole? Okay, I'm willing to listen. Oh, but there's a number of them that it could be. Steak is rare. Yeah, I got that one. That was part of the reason I wrote steak, was I saw the word rare. Steak is 5 letters, rare is 4. Yep. I'll put the word rare in there. We'll figure out that part afterwards, though I do think that the rare does match up, ultimately. Loneliest Number in Song is definitely 1. That's the song 1 is the Loneliest Number by Yes, I believe. No, I think it might be 3 Dog Night. Out of curiosity, 1 is the loneliest number. 3 Dog Night. Okay. But that is 100% the word 1. Also, the only thing that I will say is these are very simple words that can have other words attached onto them. Might follow duck. I like goose. Yep. Also, Earth, Mars, and Belt. Let's go ahead and fill in some of these. Earth Day, Middle Earth, Mother Earth, Bar Belt, Bar Earth, Bar Mars, Rare Earth, Bruno Mars, the singer, Mars landing, probably. I can't imagine Earth landing or Belt landing. Yep. Yeah, got rare. What about bar is the question. Bar Earth, Bar Mars, Bar Belt. Oh, Mars bar. Yeah. Totally. I just didn't put them backwards like I did with belt buckle. Okay. So those are our factions. Those I'm pretty confident in. So Earth, Mars, and Belt are the free faction humanity are fighting over shared resources. Holden's pretty sure each resource belongs to one faction. Isn't sure how exactly to determine that, or even what the resources really are. First, he needs to figure out what resource belongs to each faction. Done. Then he needs to match the resources, these, with the clues, these, the same way that he matched the resources with the factions. So, we now need to match these with these. So, rare steak is a good match. And then we'll, because they're saying that it's only one of each. So, we want to match each one of these words somewhere with something in here. So a cardinal direction, those are north, south, east, west. Do north, south, east, or west match with any of these? You had to bed, pack some things for tomorrow. Yeah, appreciate you stopping by, Rabs. Oh, we did miss a resource. Way Earth, Earthway, Way Mars, Marsway, Beltway. It's a highway thing, right? Pixar movie could be up. It could be a lot of things, but we want one of the simple word Pixar movies like Cars. Cars or Up or Brave or something. If burrowing rodent can be a mole or a gopher. I had up a list of rodents a moment ago. Burrowing rodents. Squirrel, prairie dog, gopher, groundhog. Oh, I like groundhog. Because then we can fill in Groundhog Day, right? Oh, we're doing the, yeah. Oh, and it's going to be where they're doing the end of the play is range, and then we can match range with Range Rover. Oh, San Jose and San Diego. Is there another San in here? Uh, San Bruno, is that one of the California cities? There is one. Is it a good population? That's, well, only 44,000. Is that the most likely San? San Seat, San Buckle, San Middle, San Bible, San Landing, San Mother. Okay. Let me know if anyone disagrees, but for now I'm gonna make it San Bruno. I'm gonna fill in one with one way. Again, cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. Do north, south, east, or west match particularly well with anything in here? Oh wait, strip. Type of mall is strip. Strip bar. uh. Oh, landing strip. Prepare for an exam is, oh, study, and then it would be Bible study. Vehicle could be car. Actually, hold on. Is there anything that goes well with goose? Mother goose. Well, you're almost definitely right about goose. Yeah, as you just wrote it as well. Oh, Pixar movie is up, and it's gonna be buckle up. I like Middle East. Definitely like Middle East as the answer. Yep, yep, yep. And then probably vehicle is going to be car seat. That sound good? And then things that ring would be... I keep thinking telephone, but telephone bar and bar telephone don't go great. What else? What else rings? Oh, barbell. A bell rings. Barbell is a word. Okay. You know, oh wait, things plural. Barbells. So that way we can actually get an 8th letter out of this, which is S. The 3rd letter in car is R. The 10th letter in this is T. 4th letter in this is H. Groundhog is O. Something might be wrong in here, but we'll work on it as we go through. E. San Bruno is N. Rare steak, it would be E. Landing is 7 is a T. Bible study is L. Buckle up is P. So that seems wrong. Also, there's these numbers over here that we haven't explored at all. There's these 3 1s, 3 2s, 3 3s, and 3 4s. I don't know. Unless it just means that in this set, there's only one Mars, Earth, and Belt. In this set, there's only one Mars, Earth, and Belt. What's up? I am ready to read. We should arrange letters in which order? Mars. So I think that the numbers just signify that, like, amongst any given set of numbers, it goes Mars, Earth, Belt, etc., etc. Index-wise, we're fine. Letter-wise, the letters themselves look like they could be okay. Like they look like they'll spell something. They just look to be out of order. But the question is, do we want to put the... Here's what we can do. Is we could take the one that has Mars in it. Or sorry, not the one that has Mars. The one that has Bruno. And then just take this letter and pop it over here. The one that has Day in it. The one that has Seat in it. The one that has Buckle in it. The one that has Middle. The one that has Rover, then Bible. Landing, Mother. Landing, landing, landing. Bar, rare, way. Bar, rare, and way. And that almost looks almost looks like words, right? I don't know, shared resources, how to determine what... First he needs to figure out which resource belongs to each faction. He needs to match resource codes, and only then... The other thing is we can look at just the... Like, just the Mars ones. N-E-T-S... Oh! Yeah, so... It does say it at the bottom. Okay. I totally missed this part. But that was significant of what I just did here. So, Mars is 1. Day 0. Or Earth 1. Belt 1. Yeah, I saw Nets was that those are the ones for all of Mars, right? Let me not paste this. Earth is O. Belt is R. 2. Belt P, Earth T. Mars E. 3. Belt L, Mars T. Oh wait, we can actually see it now. 3. Belt L, Mars T. And Earth E. No, Earth H. Oh, it's gonna be other planets, right? And then Mars S, Earth E, and Belt A. Other planets. Just read them instead of scrolling up. Other planets. Answers. Hooray! Also, the lack of a space and speed up is actually annoying me. Okay, it still shows us correct. Okay, we got all that. We're now on the meta puzzle in only an hour and 20 minutes. We're actually doing pretty okay on time, to be honest. Oh, here. So it's already filled in the 4 words for us. Let's actually look at the puzzle, though, from the main puzzle set. Amos Burton. Is that the... Nope. There we go. Christian of whatever. Switching artificial gravity back on. Christian sits down, pours herself some whiskey. She goes over the new intel from Sinet's crew in her head, trying to reconcile it with the information she just received. Aha! Each new input from the crew fits with 2 of the clues she already has. Everything comes together nicely. Now relax and have that drink. Okay. I see Aristotle's mentor, which is Plato, I believe. Yeah, because Socrates, Aristotle, Plato. That's the only one that's 5 letters. Okay, and Plato being other planets. That didn't work. We'll just type it. Peter Pan or Peter Parker. Place to host events is some particularly vicious squirrels, perhaps. Fraudulent medical professionals are. A fraudulent medical professional is a quack. Sign of a dangerous snake. Not quite sure. Oh wait, also, I just realized something. It says the names next to them. So all the James ones were other planets. All of the Naomi ones are metric system. Amos is combat. And then speed up. Okay. Right? That sound right? Yeah, yeah. Yep, cram is to study before a test. Also, so, I assume you see what I'm doing. So, this answer is Peter, but if we change the P to an M, we get meter. In Plato, if we change the A to a U, we get Pluto, which is another planet. Cram, we can change to gram, which is changing this to a G. So, fraudulent medical professional, quack, we can change A to I. That makes quick. So that might help you with the actual words that they're looking for. Sign of a dangerous snake. Stripe? And then make it strike for combat? Signs that a snake is dangerous. Is stripes a thing? Let's go sit like guys that rattles its tail. Oh, it could be rattle. Is there a word for rattle? Snake has if you hear a snake rattling its tail, get yourself away. Is there a letter you can change in the word rattle that would turn it into a weapon? Place to host events is a it is like venue, but yeah, venue. Change the E to an S. Like some particularly vicious squirrels, perhaps. Oh yeah, rabid. Change the B to an E to make rapid. So something MUG, SPI something. Relaxing locales are... I don't know. Crossword solver, relaxing locales. Spas. And then combat would be spar. No. It's not gonna be R mug spit, I don't think. I mean, relaxing locales being spas is 94% positive over here. So that is probably right. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong about the letter being changed though. A spat, spar, and signs of a dangerous snake. What letter? So again, it's either stripe and then we. So you can do that, make the P a K for strike. We could do rattle. Rattle, riddle, riddle, rattle, ruddle. Battle. Okay. R to B. There we go. Oh. I was looking at the second letter being changed. Never mind. So I think it is going to be spas, change that to an R, and then it's space bar. A. Yeah, those were the first letters that we were changing around. So technically, we'll stop the timer here. I think I was like an hour 25 minutes and change. But yeah, so that was the main. We can time the bonus, but I'm not going to count the time of the bonus in addition to everything else. But under an hour and a half, pretty good for 4 puzzles and our main puzzle. Gross. Let's read this first. Don't need that anymore. Let's go to the bonus, which is 3 pints. As a Martian Marine, Bobby trains hard every day just in case time comes up when Mars needs to go to war with Earth. And as a gunnery sergeant, she especially focuses on shooting drills. With all this rigor, Bobby knows she can take a shot and always hit the bullseye. Also on the target below, has clues for both the rows and the rings. Each ring's clues are entered in order clockwise. Each row's clues are entered in order across. Got it? Oh, alrighty, Adam. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. As Rab said before, this is all going to be in the VOD and recorded in case you want to check it out later. Or, I didn't mention, all of this is free information. That's the actual PDF. If you cut out everything but the puzzlepint.com section, you can actually see all the puzzles, the solutions, all the everything on their website. You just kind of go to the main Puzzle Pint page here, click on puzzles, and then the Expanse is the one that we're working on now. But I mean, they have a whole entire backlog. They've been doing this since 2010, so yeah, there's a ton in here. But hopefully you have a good day at work. Like I said, I appreciate you being here. So let's see here. We got, yeah, like I said, they might even have one in your local city. I'll just check really quick. The location puzzle. Oh, whoops. No. Come on, guys. Oh, here's the find out where to go. Trouble finding a venue for this month, but they do this in Toronto in person at some bar in the city. So just so you know, second Tuesday of every month, this does get updated. Let's see. So like I said, separately we alright, so this is just gonna be a crossword puzzle. With that stated, let's go ahead and start our timer again. Okay, it's now started. Earth or Mars are planets. Mojito ingredient is, there's a number of them. There's lime, mint, sugar. Those are probably and rum. Chastise is a number of things. Could be berate, could be whatever. Interesting. Y. Okay. Well, there's an A, B, C, D that we'll have to contend with for a while here. But that's Armstrong's, Louis Armstrong. Is he saxophone or trumpet? I can't remember. Trumpet. Contents of Santa's bag are toys. Okay, we can get rid of this if we need to. Essentially, it's just saying that this red outline is A ring, the B ring, the C ring, and the D ring on the inside. D ring might be a bit easier. Might have a special character. Let's check out 9 classic board game. Could be Operation. Person who might sit near a coxswain. I don't know. I know a coxswain is a boating position, like for rowers, rowboats. I don't remember who sits near the coxswain though. UK money colloquially. What about colloquially? I mean, it's pounds. Data structure, we'll come back to that. Third party account. Good Grips Kitchen brand. Oh, it's OXO. Actually own a bunch of their stuff. OXO. Where Nemo lives in Finding Nemo is the ocean, coral. The Blood of Gods. Nectar of Gods is ambrosia. No. God, I can't remember. What is the Blood of Gods? Friend. I'm just trying to look for anything, any combination of a word over here. It's Big Bites, 7-Eleven's hot dogs. What is the Slurpee name? Big Gulp. That's what it is. Which also will have the word plug going backwards. Baghdad's country is Iraq. Where you might find a box of spam. Not sure. T-shirt specifications are small, medium, large, extra large. Did we have... Oh, the only X we have is Seal in the Rose. I don't know types of scarves. A theoretical way to move through space faster than light? That I don't know. Chastise can be great. I'm kind of looking for stuff that works well when backwards, because when we're doing the rings, they're going to go in counterclockwise, and because they're going to be filled in counterclockwise, by the time we get to 9, these letters are going to be backwards in the ring, but they're going to go forwards in the row. And so if 9 does happen to be, let's say, Operation, because 9 was a classic board game, but actually it can't be, right? It has to be like something shorter, because there's 2 answers within the row. Okay, so we need to see rowboat positions. So I see, I saw it in there. Hold on. All right, here's the cox up here. Is it's cox or coxswain? Is that the same thing? The simulator ship's boat as a coxswain, da 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 da. But like, I want a chart like this. If Cox and Coxswain are the same person, then in each of the diagrams I've seen, the stroke is the person who sits near them. Now let's see here. Okay, got it. A Delta asset is a plane. Delta as in the airline. So let's actually fill in Planet. So now we have the first part of, we have plane and we have planet. And then if we say that rum is a mojito ingredient, then we can continue with trumpet over here. So let's take out all these other potential ingredients. We'll keep rum. So all of those are now correct. Yeah, the first row is easiest because we can easily fill in the full row and the beginning of the curve of this. We also know that we know the last letter of rows 2, 3, and 4. None of these end in a T though, so it's not going to be any of those. I need to see types of scarf. I don't know. I genuinely don't know types of scarves. Definitely said 4. Oh, it's this that ends in a T. Oh, so this could be large. So if this is LARGE, then we just need a 4-letter word before it as a place where you might find a box of spam. So a type of scarf that ends in T. Velvet, net. On silk, cashmere, pashmina. So the ones that end in T that I can see are velvet and net. Let's check ERATE. Conflict embodied by 2 Berlins. Wasn't that the Cold War? Self-driving car company acquired by Amazon. That one I don't remember. I mean, that one I can literally just copy paste. That's just trivia. You either know it or you don't. Okay. You got me. That's just something I don't know. And it's definitely going to be Zooks, because then we have Oxo. Also, because we're pretty confident on that, we can just put Oxo over here. Also, this should be where Zooks ends up going then. Next question is, like, how confident am I with toys being contents of Santa's bag? Let's say we're good for now. Third-party account is either hearsay or gossip. mean, I'm kind of okay just writing gossip. Also, I really need to fix the volume of this one song. Okay, so Zooks is good. I'm guessing this is Cold War. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, instrument symbol of the Cold War. Germany and the Cold War. Okay. So then that makes this Cold War. Oh, and then so that answers warp. The theoretical way to through space, fast and light would be warp. And then to chastise is scold. There we go. So now we have this. Scold, warp. Alright, we're good. Number 3. Oh, all of these are sizes, so we'll just say that it's the word size. And the reason I say that is because we have ZE already. You might find a box of spam. I just don't know. Shelf? Then the beginning of C. Fall sick. I would have ELF. This one I'm just gonna research also because it's one you gotta know it. Yeah, E-core. That's just one of those ones I was not gonna remember anytime soon. Okay, and E-core should fit here. Okay, so with that stated, this is a 4-letter word. Whatever's false sick is this. Then E-core, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 letters for on the fringe. You might have a special character. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 letters, something might have a special character. Keyboard? What's number 4? The last word ending in cot. Oh, there. I suddenly remembered a type of scarf. Ascot. And I'm pretty confident in gulp also for big gulp. Also, I did not realize how far I was leaning on my camera. Can we just fix that by... There. I got it's a little better. Okay, gulp and ascot I'm pretty confident in. Five. Oh, there is no 5. I think this is the answer to the entire puzzle here. 6. A third-party account. Oh, also this 8-letter word in the middle starts with PAS. Oh, might have a special character. Password. And it's something shot. Maybe dead shot. I mean, we'll do the full thing. It is the answer though. So technically I'll end it at 15 for the timer. I'm gonna pause the timer just to see it 15, 16 on the bottom right. But let's actually just stop the timer altogether. There we go. I'm actually gonna close that program. But let's go ahead and finish this out since we're already going through this anyway. Zooks. where Nemo lives. Can't quite remember. A place to store old stuff. Not sure, but it's something that ends U and then another letter. What about the last one that ends G something S? Dodecahedron should. Oh, no. I was gonna say sides, and I was gonna say angles. A dodecahedron has 30 of them. But it's something that has a G in it. G something S at the end. Dod has 30 edges. Ah. That makes sense. E-G-G-E-S. Immediately before that should be Iraq. That one I am confident on. So then what number 7 across starts with a Q? Oh, UK money is probably going to be quid then. A data structure is going to be an array. Okay. Third-party account. Not quite sure. Also, we got that this is Deadshot. What was 3? We might find a box of spam. 5-letter word that starts with the letter E. Back. What is the last word of ring B? Place to store old stuff. Oh, place to store old stuff is a museum. Yeah. We might find a box of spam. EM something something something. Number 6 is escrow. What comes between toys and a rack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-letter word that means overhauls. Or oh, so classic board game is, we'll say it's Risk, because we already have RI anyway. Oh, hey there, Ancient Hydra. So, Llama's question for your team being rough. Okay, I will check with them. Right, thanks for letting me know. Let's see here. So we have, I'll say Risk is correct. Oh, I appreciate it. Let's see here. Signs and... I agree with that. Starting with the letters AM. Conflict. So we already got Cold War. That was correct. We still haven't gotten where you might find a box of spam or the beginning of that, which is fall sick, which is a 4-letter word ending in S. one. Where you might find a box of spam. Okay, I wasn't thinking of physical anyway. I was thinking mail, but for some reason, like in my head, I still haven't thought of email. There we go. Then fall sick as ales. I don't know why I didn't say that out loud earlier. Fall sick is ales, so that is now correct. That's probably wrong. And then it was 3 is email. We still haven't got overhauls. That's going to be from here to here backwards. Oh no, actually it's going to be up to here. So it's going to be something, 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 AS. Crossword solver overhauls. We're looking for something that ends in, oh, reworks. I was gonna say, something that ends in KS, like I was saying. So if we did that, I was thinking way too hard before. I said that they were rowing position. The answer for the person like or coxswain is a rower. So it is risk, and then it is rower, and then backwards this is reworks. So then the last thing we're missing is, I agree with that, which is AM and certain number of letters. Signs ends is some number of letters ending in S. That's this row. And then going backwards, Zooks, and then the next one starts with the letter A. Oh, password we got. That was this one. On the fringe, starting with an A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, and whatever this is going backwards is these answers going forward. On the I'm just gonna look it up. On the fringe, crossword clue 7. Wait, did I? Radical sounds right. No, it definitely starts with an A. A-D-I-C-A-L-L-A-C-I. What is 8 again? I agree with that. Oh, amen. Okay. So that is A something something blah 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 and E. Yeah, I don't think I was gonna get amen. Signs. Stops. Signs are on the fringe. Okay. On the fringe. A something 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 in E. there's a better. Hold on. Cryptic crossword solver. Nope, this is the same one. I think this is the one. Yeah. I saw that the word airline, like, this shows airline with me only putting the letter A. And I see that that would fit into this, but if I did that, A-I-R, hello, L-I, and we have Amen and Ilris for signs. That doesn't sound great. Signs. 5 letters. I mean, at this point, we're literally looking for answers. So let's look at the hints for this one. Okay, so it is radical, but then was I wrong? I'm not wrong with array. Did I? Oh, am I just on the wrong? Well, that's annoying. So this is where radical was. So I'm just on the wrong thing altogether. I'm supposed to be looking where Nemo. God damn it. Alright. So here was the museum one where Nemo lives is Anemone. Right? Amen, and then omens are signs. Okay. Oh, okay. That was dumb. And then, so what was on the fringe then? E-core, was radical. Okay. Okay. That was everything, and then you just, number 5 was the only number that they didn't give you, so that was Deadshot, which was the answer. Okay. We're done. So, let's do a few things here. I'm gonna go back to just chatting for a quick moment. I might actually use the restroom as well. One thing I want to take a look at, we'll probably play some Fall Guys here in just a moment. But I want to check if I'm going to play some, because I'll probably play some solo show Fall Guys. I want to see if any of my, especially with Ancient Hydra coming in talking about the tournament on Sunday, I want to see if any of my teammates are available to play alongside of them. Let's say 7:30 to 1:30 p.m. That would have been in the morning. Okay, so it's tomorrow. The 3-putt will be available. All right, I'm gonna keep the music playing in the background. I'll make it a bit louder. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I will be right back. Welcome back to the break room, everyone. You can close down the music. Um, all right. I was just doing a few things while I took a quick break there. Was trying to see if I could fix up my what's it called, my live bot for my Discord, but that wasn't having any wasn't making any progress there, so I'll do that later. And what else was I doing? Um, I was trying to see if I could find any of my Bean Brawl teammates to practice along with, but we'll see if any of them message have my chat up open with them. So let's just head over to Fall Guys. Let me add some tags in: competitive, battle royale, multiplayer. Other specific tags I want in here. Take a look at what I usually add. Multiplayer, competitive, battle royale. Yep, that looks good to me. Let us update, close, head to the gaming tab. Let's open up Epic, Fall Guys. Okay. So both my trackers opening now. Fall Guys itself is just taking a second to load at the moment. Just close a few things in the background. Looks like Fall Guys is about to load. Okay, so what have we got? We'll keep it for solo show. We'll change our server over. I already did our Sonic event earlier today. Wasn't exactly keen on it myself. Oh, that's where Eggman and Tails are. I actually have to purchase. Also, I don't even know what I got from that event, to be honest. I think I bought everything here. What did I get? Some kudos. I like the Sonic Rings pattern, that's cool. Some more kudos. Shoes are pretty sweet. I like that. Okay. Let's just do it. Also, let me check. My Fall Guys music has been pretty low lately. Let me just turn it up in the background. There we go. That feels like it should be a little better of a sound mix. Oy. I haven't gotten to do too much practice with my Bean Brawl teammates, but I mean, I've said it to other people. Like, you can practice all you want in this game. The people who are going to get out and beam, like, everyone is good on all of the teams that are playing, which means that the way people are actually going to get out is going to be to some, like, random, unexpected bullshit to begin with that you weren't anticipating to happen, and that you couldn't have predicted through any amount of practice. So it's almost irrelevant. I don't know. Also, I have awful spawn here. I caught that on the flyover. Let's see. We're gonna try. I like the bean jumping route, so we can easily transfer left immediately. But turn around. That's no. I am on good cycle to do this. Oh, not if I keep getting ganked. There we go. Whew. Not very often I get the Superman nowadays. Jump, another jump, another jump. Let that guy get blown by that. Whatever, I'll take it. Still getting first, even after that awful, awful spawn at the start, and missing the double flipper hit at the end here. Kind of puts a target on your back, but whatever. I think the target on your back thing probably mattered a bit more when there wasn't skill-based matchmaking in main show. Because nowadays everyone kind of, like, back in the day, someone getting first, bad players and players who felt like they might have trouble with someone who's constantly getting first might end up targeting you. But now, since the player base you're playing with is on slightly more equal footing, the other players might not necessarily be looking at that anymore. As seeing as you as the one and only target. Now it's kind of like everyone is a target. I just happened to be the target that got first. I hate wall guys in general. I just hate, like, I mean, I hate anything that puts you in close proximity to other beings just due to the sheer amount of desync that occurs in this game. So we look at the flyover, we ignore the first section because you can jump over it however you want. Second section is right, third is left, fourth is right, which is also not great. We have to go right, left, right for this. But what I was saying is, this section, any one of these blocks will get you over. It literally doesn't matter. Yeah, see this? Like that pink bean over there is what prevented me from getting up here right at the start. I also don't know why I jumped at that. I was never gonna make it anyway. Okay. See this with a... Oh! That was a near perfect bunny hop to... Oh, and now they're moving it. Okay. Let's do it this way with the bunny hop over here. Oh! Son of a... This is what I mean by the sheer amounts of decent. Oh my god. I fucking hate this. Honestly, 4 in, I may just start over already. 5. Can't 6. Can I do anything from here? No, I don't think I'm going to make this. 11. No, I'm not. Just did a quick count through there. I fucking hate that round so goddamn much. Also, a round like that is going to be different when you're playing with teammates. Like that is one thing that you can affect, because you can actually have people moving the blocks around. But like just 2 bits of desync in there. The pink bean on the very first block in the first section, and the white crown bean in the second or third section. Whereas funny stuff like this, I'm not nearly as concerned with, because I know I don't do the full speedrunners course on this, but I know enough of it to be able to like get by and know not to even deal with that middle bullshit ending. Just take the sides, you'll be fine. You'll be safe to make it to the end. So we'll do this. Do dives over each of the pads. It is quicker than waiting in the air. Quick dives here. Dive, dive. Dive, dive. Oh! Well, that's not quicker. Okay. And now we are at risk of getting a little desynced here. Let's actually turn names on just so we see where everyone is. So again, I didn't mean to press that dive button. I accidentally pressed it as I pressed jump. And we'll still be safe though. I mean, you see people falling to my side right now. Oh, there's a small lag spike. Yeah, we're still 5th place. Like, with a fall and using the sides instead of the middle. So, you're big chillin'. Especially because that tourney, it's not based on kudos or medals or any of that fun stuff. It's just, can you get to the final round? Interesting. Being in here that looks like a discount city limits. Red and white, but like with a pattern. Instead of champ pants, they're wearing a melon and they have the pixelated glasses. The pixelated sunglasses. Just do a quick check just to make sure all of our title and tags and all that fun stuff looks good. Okay, another round I hate. But this is a good one for practice. Because this is the kind of thing, like, if we get it. This one actually becomes harder playing it with a team because, so there's 28 players. That means that there's 14 tails in this lobby, but it also means that 4 out of those 14 have to be claimed by me and my 3 other teammates. So this is technically easier because right now I only need to claim 1 out of the 14, not 4 out of the 14. Okay, they did have a tail. Oh, they don't. Cool, I grabbed them back and it just did nothing. I'll take that, thank you. I don't know why I ever go for this thing. I never actually make it. But I don't want to jump near that blue guy that doesn't have a tail and is just standing still. Here, this guy. Here, let me just push you off for a moment, okay? The way I usually handle this round, first off, keep names on. It prevents you from having someone underneath, like if you fall, just knowing where people are is a huge advantage. I also treat this personally like Snowball. See, like, I was already up and away from this guy. Thank you. And we're gone. There we go. So I know that I'm safe falling down there since I had names on. But what I was saying is I treat this like snowball survival. So what I try to do is I look for where the clusters of people are, and I try to stay away from that specific cluster. Uh-oh. Should we find here and then back? Oh god. No! Okay. Make sure we good. Yeah, so I do 2 things. I'm looking for large clusters of people without tails, and I try to be as close as I can to other people who do have tails, and I use them as what I call a rabbit. How many crowns am I at? I'm currently working towards Gold Knight bottom, so somewhere in the 20 whatever's that is. I could take a look afterwards. How you doing, Cross God? Ugh. Well, boring round. This is the kind of round that's going to kill people in Bean Brawl because people underestimate it. They're like, oh, this is a boring round. I'm not so bad. I just started the stream doing some puzzles and just doing some Bean Brawl practice for Sunday. Axe, only 3 cannons. Axe actually might kill some people just because it'll hit an object into a path that someone's not expecting. See if this gator comes over and tries to grab. Nope. Oop. But mostly I'm looking in between the 2 cannons right now. Guys, you know that if you grab, that you're probably just gonna get both of us killed, not just me, right? Oh, now the gator's grabbing. Yeah, can I help you? Let's stay over here. Oh. Okay, the red and black bean waving. Yep, 2 people already dead. Got 3 people dead. And a very, very tilty left side. Trying to determine if I want to cross over. That usually gets me killed when I cross. Especially nowadays, I swear that the objects being shot out of the cannons are much jerkier than they used to be. Get away from that gator who's gonna get themselves killed. Oh, almost. Alright, timeout. Maybe a final? Maybe? Hoping for a roll off here, just as I like it. Well, this sucks. I loved volleyball when it first came out. I loved the fact that they made it so that way you could actually have a team game in duos. That wasn't the stupid large team games that they've been doing. And it's not really a team game. Like, it's considered a hunt, I believe. But to have show something like this that you could have in solos and duos and teams, and they adjusted for each is awesome. Then they fucked with the physics. So that's something they love doing over at Mediatonic. There we go. Main thing is not to do what that gator's doing. Like, don't dive at the ball too much, because that happens. Jump dives are alright. Like that. That was me jumping and then immediately pressing diving once I was in the air. But also you don't want to hit it against your own side too much, because the physics are so fucked. There we go. Gonna go like this. Hit it. Actually wanted to hit it right there, but I scored. That's alright. Oh, yeah, you see, that's the problem with diving. There we go. I got it. So now it's so low, nothing can be done about it. Oh, and we're gone. Ooh. Can we stay on these two? Are they going to actually keep it close game? I love watching close games, like tie games of volleyball with lots of volleys back and forth. I also like the name Crocked and Loaded. I do kind of wish that they were using the gator skin though. Uh-oh. Mm-mm. Alright, you gotta score literally with this hit now, guy. Oh, and... oh, did they do it? They did it! Oh, we're in overtime. Alright, you two. Don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. So far, so good. Your blue guy's too close to the net. He won't be able to react. Yeah, see. that was easy to call. How's this one going? Got a 2v2. Good volleys back and forth. This might be the ender. No, they needed to hit that to the left side of the court. Oh, wait. It might work out for him. Oh, my God. Oh! Oh, God! The teleport! Oh, fuck. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, that's the kind of bullshit that's gonna get people out during Bean Brawl. Like, what do you even do to practice for that? Like, I don't think any amount of practice with the rest of your team is gonna prevent that bullshit from happening and prevent people from getting out. This is another round. This one I actually enjoy. Everyone on my team hates this, to the best of my knowledge. I have to check with Yusuf on his feelings. I enjoy it. I do need to get better at it, in fairness. But I'm the one who taught City the basic strats of this. At the time, we thought there were 2 and 4 second timers. They're like 2 to 2.5 second timers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So notice that one was a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was also a 4. So, but then there's the short timers, right? So, nope. Okay. Again, we're gonna treat this kind of like snowball survival. And then we're just gonna kind of keep watch over everything that's happening. Let me just throw bombs away. There we go. Want to be as close to bombs as possible. Here, have that. Have this one too. Okay, I'm gonna run away, but making sure that I can see what's going on. Here. Well, everyone's over there, so let's just chuck a bomb that way. Okay. Alright, gonna go off there. There we go. No. Okay, 2 people are gone already. Ooh. So yeah, so essentially what you want to do is avoid being in a cluster of people, because then this happens where one person gets a shot at 2 people at once. And also you want to hold your bomb at least 2 seconds. Oh god! Nice shot! You want to hold it at least 2 seconds, because you want to see if it's a quick bomb that either you have to like immediately throw it, or you hold it past the 2 seconds. If it's a quick bomb, it'll blow up safely in your hands. If it isn't, if it's a 4 second, then after the 2 second period, then you can chuck it. I was like processing all that before, when I should have just thrown it at the guy, then explained that after. Still need to reach top speed. Silver in any round. Alright. Oh, also, to answer Cross God, if you're still there, 2,632 crowns. I literally don't count them or care. Because the only things that I'm going to be getting now are Gold Knight, Gold Dragon, Marvelous, and the Gold Banner. The only thing I care about amongst any of that is the Gold Banner. I don't give 2 shits about the Gold Knight because I'm never actually going to wear it. So, Gold Dragon at least looks a bit cooler, but that's just because I like the look of dragon skins in general. But I'd rather have Magic Dragon than Gold Dragon. It's just such a meaningless metric nowadays. There's so many people who have Gold Knight. I know a bunch of people who have Gold Knight and are just plain bad at the game. They only have it because they just play the game a lot. Can I help you? Like, why are you grabbing? So it's the green and red bean over there that was grabbing. Oh god! Because you want to tilt your camera like this a lot throughout the game. Just helps to know where your footing is at any given time. And like whether you'll be able to make certain jumps or not. Right, we're not going to make any enemies early here. Please, one of you jump! Jesus Christ! Alright. Just desync the shit out of that Pushin. Can I? No, I'm gonna wait. Oh no. Someone over there didn't jump. Oh. Hey there, hello Poppet. How you doing? We're gonna have to use this just to get anywhere. Alright, they actually jumped on it. Is anyone gonna jump on this one? No. But we're still gonna have to stick with it. No, guy, you can't just... Look, you stupid bitch. Like, you have to... Okay. Thank God. God, these stupid fucking assholes who keep... Like this fucking asshole over here. I'm purposely doing this so I can reset and try to go on the right side. I'm doing alright. Having to deal with idiocy in this particular round right now. But otherwise doing okay. Been doing a puzzle stream earlier. Decided to move on to some Fall Guys. I like the game commentary? I appreciate it. Yeah, it's something I kind of learned over time. I have a mix of amounts of people who come into my channel at any given time. Sometimes it's like a couple, like 2 or 3. Sometimes it'll be like 20 to 40. And so for when it's slower times, I like to make sure that I'm at least saying something So I'm like, well, let me at least explain what it is I'm thinking and why I'm doing certain things in the game. Is there anyone I recognize in this lobby? I don't think so. Not from what I can tell. Been looking Fall Guy streams, try to learn like hearing people's thoughts. Yeah. And so that's exactly why I try to say out loud what I'm thinking in my head at any given point. You can learn a few things here. Like, I'm not a speedrunner, but I hang out with a lot of the tournament community, the speedrunning community, and just lots of generally good players. So I know lots of little tricks. So, for example, in Speed Circuit here, there's a trick that the speedrunners use that you can learn. It's very easy, and it's at the beginning of the map, so it's easy to try it yourself. Do you see those two circular shadows that these three rings are letting off? If you jump at the very, very end of the shadow, you're from Ava server. Okay. Here, let me read that in a moment. But if you jump at the end of the shadow, you go like this, and then do a dive. I slightly missed it there, but if you get the timing on it correctly, you'll actually bounce forward ahead of everyone else in the lobby. Also, you can grab at these rings. It'll give you a slight boost and prevent the person who you're grabbing from getting much further. Oh, here we go. We'll do a jump here. We can cut this to the right. Oh, not the greatest of cuts. Okay, let's go down here so I can show this. So, at the end of the shadow, jump, that, dive. Oh, I think that ice cream head might have gotten in my way on that. Or my timing might have been off, I'm not sure. But we'll grab. Oh. That grab kind of cost me. Alright, we should make timing to jump here. Turn right. Go out of... Oh! I tried to go out of people's way to not get desync. That didn't work that great. Alright, we'll still make this jump here. We'll try to cut this right again. Nah. Just make sure we're gonna get through it. Competitive speedrunning community, yeah, Karate Man would be within the speedrunners. I changed name like 55,230 times. Oh, Brad Ballcat. Okay. I know who you are. One of the, like, 7 cats who are in Ava's server. Yeah, that jump in the beginning there, much easier when you're in the front row. I was spawned either second or third row in there. So you have to, again, deal with all the desync along the way. Alright, let's see what this is. 2 bar, no fruit. Unless there's a few things you can do. The main thing, I just first turn on names. It helps for when you're under the bar. Make sure you're not about to get grabbed. Secondly, you can actually outrun the bar in the very beginning. So if you ever need, you can just go like that, do a quick jump, and continue running. And I should still be able to make it to the other bar on this run. Well, I could if there wasn't a Knuckles over here that was deciding to grab. Oh! Oh, so the grabbing and track attack. Also, I'm still trying to get used to the bar hits from the bar in Jump Club. I'm still trying to see when a dive is appropriate and when it isn't. So that's why I'm like, let me just continue with that weird angle on that dive. The grabs and track attack, when you get to a ring, one of the speed rings. Oh, post the emote. No, you're fine. When you get to one of the speed rings, if you grab the moment you're about to go through the speed ring, what ends up happening is grabs and tap grabs in general will put a player who's in front of you slightly behind you and you slightly in front of them. In the speed ring, that gets completely amplified. So if you grab right as someone else is about to go through the speed ring and you're about to, it puts them back and it throws you forward. Usually so much that they can't do anything about it and they can't rebel. Yeah, so I don't do it all the time, especially when it's like an early round, because again, I don't want to make enemies. Also, if you have people who are off server who are playing, they will immediately catch back up to you, and then people like to be petty, so they'll just grab you back. This round, most important thing at the very start of the round, do not go to the center unless you are front and center. There are only 3 spawns where it is okay to go through the center here. The dead center where Deuce Bigelow is, where FA's Killer is, and where that UN player is. Those are the only 3 who should be going center here. Everyone else should take the sides. You only need a slight grab to get past here. Someone already did it for me. We could just walk over this. To avoid desync, we're gonna go around this side. Oh, that was... Oh, got a little stretchy there for a moment. Okay. Am I gonna make that before someone presses the button? No. So we go left instead of right, like you see 1,000 beans are doing. Do a quick jump. Head this way. Again, we could just walk here. I still don't actually know how these particular flippers work, so I'm not going to mess with them too much. Timing, we should make this right now. Turn on names again, just for seeing what's going on. Okay. Just do a dive to here. Okay. There we go. A little better than the other direction. Okay, this one will actually make the middle cycle on it pretty okay, so we'll stay there. But since it opens middle, then left, then right, typically you want to just go left just to avoid desync if you're off cycle. So, does... Okay. Again, I don't actually know how these flippers work when there's only 4 of them. So I just wanted to take one right now just to see what would happen. It looked like that one, though, going forward. Crash or grabbing in general don't really do it except defensively. That's fair enough. And typically I don't either. There's just something to kind of show off here that you can do. For the most part, I'm a pretty passive player during most of the games, and then I only start grabbing when I see other grabbers. Also, we got out on wall guys before, but there's less people this time. Hopefully our spawn's better. We can better handle this. So repeat the same commentary I said earlier. The first section, you can use any of the blocks to get over it. So this first section is irrelevant to look at, but during this flyover, looking at the second one. So the second one, we need to go left. The third one, we need to go right. And the fourth, we need to move a block. So that fourth section will be a pain. We'll turn on names again, just because we're going to use one of these background blocks here to get over. No, we don't want to go this way. We want to go this way. Can I... No, I won't be able to make that. So let's go here. We need to go right next, is the caveat. So the bigger caveat is the next section, a block has to be moved. You could do a dive, a dive just before grabbing, and you should be able to make that. But you also have to be at the right angle the correct angle, excuse me, when you do that. Also, that doesn't help. So what we're going to do next is wait for a person who's standing still. We will... No. We're going to try to jump on someone's head like that. Nope. Oh. Oh! Damn. 7 people already in. 9. fucking... There, that's the dive that you can use. 13, 14. Yep. There we go. Look, and get the cat. Yeah, I like the cat ears. Oh, what's up, machine? Thanks for the track attack tips and tricks. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that wall guys was going to be messy no matter what. Just because, like I said, the last section, only the tallest block in the last section is what will allow you to go through. And the tallest blocks are in the back right and like the back middle or something. So someone had to move one of those blocks to begin with. So I knew I had some time to get up there. Not aware of these tips, Professor. I appreciate it. Alright. For this level, there's actually entire set. Oh, good. This is actually one of the entire sets. So this one will have a blue wall that ends around in front of me and goes to the right. You can actually make that jump from that purple to the blue jutting out. But I was trying to explain. So this left and right side, the left side is more dangerous, and I'll show you why right here. If you fall on that left side behind that purple, you're dead. If you fall on the right side, you'll still make it. Also, this is the particular set where it's going to end with the hardest ending possible in the game. Okay, we're also trying to look for grabbers here. Just for later rounds. We're just going to fall here, do a quick jump. Another quick jump. Want to stay as often as we can. On these side things, like on this side blue. Also, you don't need to dive for a lot of these jumps. A lot of them you can just clear with this is just a normal jump. Here's the hard ending. So I like going on the left side here. This I do a dive just for safety. Another and one more. And I just like staying as far up as possible just because it prevents people from being able to get a grab off on me. Wave at all the people who have sadly perished. Top part of the stairs. You can tell it's going to be hard. And yeah, it's not just like... It's not section 1, then section 2, then section 3, and they like interchange them. It's an entire set of obstacles that they put in. Like there'll be set 1 and set 2 and set 3, and all of that is always going to be 100% the same every single time. That particular one that you just saw, when they had survival of the fittest mode, that was the pattern that came up the most. Yeah, that's something you just kind of notice over time. Alright, we got 7 people in here. I'm going to try... Height is the most important thing in Hex. You just want to make sure that you are able to make... to stay higher. That way you're the one who gets to dictate what occurs. Let's cut this person off. Let's cut this guy off if we can. No, we couldn't, so we'll go this way. Oh! Okay. I almost messed us up. Nope. Oh god! There we go. We're just gonna mess around with this guy a little bit. Get over this way, cut off all the people who were on that right side over there. Okay. I think I have all of this to myself now. So, jump dives, for those who don't know how they work, you want to be facing the tile that you're going to be going to next. even before you make your jump. You do a jump, and then a dive. Jump, and then a dive. We also may have to jump early for this guy who's underneath us now, just to cut them off and gain some of our own space. But I'm seeing if they just happen to mess up. Thing is, they don't seem to be. Oh! Dang. I got half Goomba stomped amongst there. Okay, let's run this out. Okay, gotta grab off while he's jumping. Try to cut off that guy. Cut off them. I think they just dove to their death. Okay, so let's see where we can make some cuts here. Here. Okay, let's just see if we can cut off this long guy. We're not actually cutting him off. What we're doing is we're gaining this back for ourselves. Uh-oh. I didn't judge that well enough. I thought that was going to be a makeable god jump. I'm trying to determine if it would have been. I just got something in here. Right now, the most important thing to me is just making it to finals for Bean Brawl. I mean, again, the hope is that I'll have 3 other teammates to begin with who will be able to, A, give me comms if they're out, or if they're in, then we can actually minion for one another. Yeah, thank you. I did need to do a couple additional cuts, and I messed up on some higher layers, so... Alright, Gate Crash. This one is... What is it? I think it's Hit Parade is the silent killer. Oh, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate that. You get to all the cute little Cuphead emotes. I don't actually play a lot of Fall Guys and don't play that much Cuphead in here, but as you see, it is the break room. Like it says on the top left, you know, based on the software company's break room. So, and still play a lot of older games in here. A lot of pixel art stuff, so it makes sense to have a cup as my mascot. Alright, middle door coming up, down, up and down, means that middle door is the path. You want to choose from here which door you're going to be going through next. I won't be able to make this cycle, I don't think. Oh, I just made it. Oof. Do jumps on that ramp for a bunny hop. We're going to try using this thing. I'm bad at it. Here we go. Oh yeah, the sub badges too. I completely forgot. So the subscription badges are, because it's the break room, are based on coffee makers. What is it? There's another badge. Oh, the bit badge are based on old controllers. Or when you cheer bits. So it goes from like Atari controllers, NES controllers, all kinds of stuff. Like combined, they kind of form a good representation of everything on the channel. And everything is pixel art. So the Cuphead is pixel art, the coffee makers are pixel art, the controllers are pixel art. Okay, let's see if I can actually get the speedrunner route here. If just the first trick alone. Do I have a good spawn for it? No, I don't see myself. Yeah, not a great spawn. We'll see what we can do. You do a wiggle at the beginning of every round. Also gets you up a bit. Okay, there you go. Notice how much further I am than everyone else. Oh! And then getting canked. Dang. Alright. You can't... Oof. You can't overcome this, though. Alright, we don't need to jump here. We will need to jump... No, we just need to go to the side to avoid that. Okay, we move back and then forward. Oh, you kind of want the dive on the end of that bounce pad. Okay. Alright, so we're going to try it again here. Jump. There we go. We'll do the grab on this guy. Oof. We're going to go left here just to not have to worry as much about the jump timing. Pull back, go forward, dive there. That was the dive I wanted before. Oop. Gonna back it from that donut. Oh, we lost speed, but we'll still be fine. But yeah, no, and so that was a back left spawn. But doing that jump at the end of the shadow, what happens is you just clear the lip that gets you into the bounce pit, and you end up bouncing on the diagonal bounce pad. That's what's boosting you forward. And then getting a second dive in, it continues your forward momentum. So like you saw, even though I was in the very back left, it got me to second place right away. Swiveler, this is around where I do actually grab, in part because it's fun. And I have a good understanding of the timing. So it's 1 jump rope, 2 jump ropes, 2 jump ropes. People expect grabs a bit on like the jump showdown bars. I do my grabs at the jump ropes here. Oh, I'll do that. Hydrate in just a moment, machine. Do a jump here. Oh. I was gonna say that might be a little scary. Alright. Okay, so we'll miss this. Here's a grab. Grab. Oh! There we go. Alright, we're gonna try and get a grab off right here. Oh! Nope. I was trying to get a grab off on someone who was also grabbing. Uh-oh. We gotta speed up a bit. So speed up... Oh. If you need extra speed in this round, when you see the fan is coming at you, you just go to the inside track. Running the inside track is actually will outbeat the fan. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Ugh. Here's yet another round. I have, like, all the tourney people love this round. I hate it. There are a few things that you can do to mitigate your hatred and get better at this. First thing, the very, very first button, you want to use the corner fans to get to it. Also, keep names on, just so you always know where your opponent's at. But it's always the top middle button for the start. It's always full grab or high grab. So aim the camera this way, jump, get that. Oh, they'll get that one. Okay, just make sure that we do a jump and dive. Always dive when possible. Oh, just because it is a quicker method of getting to a button. Oh, thanks here. Okay, should be able to make it. Here. Do a jump up here and then a jump dive. Oh. Here, do dives. Because it's quicker than waiting around to land on the button. Same as the beginning, we use the fan. Also, I highly recommend that you set your camera controls to 100, 100, just because it's easy. Here, I can't contest that, so we wait here for the next button. But at 100, 100, you get good camera controls to be able to see like where the next button is going to be. Yeah, 16 to 6. They just ended up giving up. And like I said, for a round that I hate and I'm not necessarily the best at, just knowing all those like small movement techniques, you know, sometimes it's just about knowing when not to go for a button. Sometimes if you're just behind someone, the same grabs that I mentioned before for track attack apply here. Doing a quick tap grab before someone's about to jump on a button prevents them from jumping, it gets you slightly ahead of them, and then you'll be able to get the button right after, unless they grab you back. And then it's a back and forth grab battle. Also, if you're far enough ahead and you're next to a button, just stay near the button because it just runs time out. And you want, I mean, that's what you want, is you want like 10 seconds gone where you're like 3 points ahead. About changing camera settings. So don't do 100 100 right away, especially if you started at 50 50. Like one day change it to 55 55 and then the next day 60 60 and just keep gradually doing it, and by the end of it you're not going to notice that you've gone so far ahead. Small hex, you don't get to do nearly the same number of cuts that I was doing before. So, height is even more important now than they were on the larger hex. Okay. We're just gonna go down. We're gonna try to make a few very quick holes in case anyone happens to fall through them. Also, by making those holes, it doesn't take very much to make cutoffs for people. Okay. We can cut this guy off on the end. Alright. Okay. So if I can cut this off, I get all of this over here. Oh, I think that other guy can... Yeah, that other guy can reach me right here. Oh, and here. Are they diving? I can't tell, but... so again, we go a little early. Okay. Let's cut off that tile. Notice that guy did want to jump this way. Okay, I got rid of that guy. So now if I can just get right here, I can cut off that guy from doing anything. Now I should have all this purple to myself. Okay, that is a makeable god jump over there. I'm just determining if I want to deal with it or just take the... I think I might just take the yellow below me. Okay, since... Oh! Oh, that guy made it? Oh! I didn't realize that ice cream was going to make it over. Essentially, I needed to take that and I needed to get the ice cream out, so that way I had a chance to have all those tiles over there. Like I said, we're just trying to get to finals, and that was a final. And also, like I said, with small hex is so much harder to be able to make big plays, like you can in a larger hex. When it's being brought, it is this Sunday. One of the moderators just came in a bit ago, and I saw they had a question. Essentially, I believe They want to have us move to, so I would have a start time of 9 a.m. West Coast time. Also, I forgot to undeafen myself in Discord for anyone who wants to join along. The other thing I should mention, if you want to learn about the game, so I have my Discord. Actually, I might even have the roll call. Discord roll off. There we go. So my Discord has all the info you could ever possibly want about Lost Temple. Little Popper's Discord, he has everything about roll off. Everything on both those rounds, like an encyclopedia of information. And I see that you just joined, but if you take a look at the Lost Temples section, I mean, it is gigantic. All right, 3 reds and 2 nanners. Also, hey there, Leandria. How you doing? So we are looking at reds. I'll do a little fakey. Got some people. Do I want to go for this? I'll go for it once. Oh. Okay. 2. 3 pairs, 3 nanners, and a cocoa. There's 4 pairs, 3 nanners, and a cocoa. That's a cocoa. What is that? 3 greens? No. 4 nanners, 3 greens, 2 purple. Thank you, Leandra. 4 nanners, 3 green, 2 purple. Don't need names on now. 4 nanners. Oh, I'll kill 2 more. But yeah, Lost Temple, literally July 20th of last year is when it came out. I started recording July 20th, the day that it came out. I have 300 different recordings, which are all in the Discord of what I went through. I have analysis. I have the best way to move through the rooms. There is how the pathing works is in the algorithm channel. Some common patterns that let you know exactly when certain paths will come up is in the pathing channel. I think Puff may have brought home the spiciest taco seasoning. Oh no. Also another round that I hate, but there is ways around this round. I might actually even if there's a spinner in the middle, which is where everyone's going to run, I might show off the other method. So I always compare the... Yeah, perfect. There's no spinner. So we have to do this the best way. Most people... a lot of people will run around. A lot of the tournament people will face away from the rhinos and just face a pad and keep jumping on it. But here's what I find is the best way to go about this. Face towards the rhinos. That way you have full visibility as to what's going on in the middle of the level at any given time. When a rhino is even slightly looking at you, you jump onto a pad. But most of you are going to be staying near a pad the entire time. Here we go. So like this. Yep, that rhino slightly looked at me. Oh, one to my left. The reason why when I say slightly look at you, like the one on the right just did, what happens is when you clear this yellow bar here, provided that the rhino hasn't already started charging, the rhino will stop targeting you the moment that you clear the bar. So that actually happened with the rhino that was to the left of me just now. It was about to target me. The one on the right we'll go right here. Oh, Uh-oh. We should be good here. Actually, most people died in here. I think there's only like 6 left. But that is absolutely the best strat that we've found to be able to handle that. So that went from 32 to 6. And I don't even consider myself that good at that level. But, you know, just having like a specific strategy ahead of time. The only unfortunate thing is that means this could be Royal Fumble. Oh, okay. Like I said, I need the blast ball practice. Main thing. Pacifism. He and terror and rhinos will go away. Just assert dominance. Just like go straight up to them, pee on their knee. Okay, but we're gonna go extreme pacifism route here. Because when you throw a bomb at someone, they get all petty, and then they want to throw a bomb back at you. Also, they're going to want to try to kill as many people as possible, so they're going to try throwing into the clusters. Also, one of the people disconnected. This was 6. There are currently only 5 of us in here. Notice no one's really throwing a ball at me, and I've never thrown a ball at them yet. If someone... You do want to just kind of keep your camera like this. You want to make sure that if someone does throw a ball at you, you're ready to immediately catch it, because that's the safest way to, yeah, like that. That's the safest way to handle a ball being thrown at you. Okay, we're gonna throw that off the side. Hello. Here we go. Now we're gonna start throwing a bit. I'm watching left and right now. Alright, got the tree. Uh-huh. Did I hit him? No. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna run away. We're also gonna hope that they just kind of accidentally blow themselves up. But we're better off. The 2 end spawners are the ones that both have 2 bombs on them. So this one and the one across from me. So high likeliness of when a bomb drops like that one did, that the next one will spawn right next to me. Let's just roll that direction. Oh, I wasn't able to catch that bomb. Dang, that would have been an all gold show too. Yeah, just the fact that I couldn't catch that bomb when it came over to me was unfortunate. But I warned Puff about spiciness, so let him find out the same way I did. Also, my better move there probably wasn't trying to catch it since it went over my head. It probably would have been to step backwards towards the end of the pedal, quote unquote, that I was on. I have not seen his tattoo, actually. Did he post it to the Discord? Surprise spiciness. How much? Here's my 2 questions. How much can he handle spiciness? And did he know how spicy it was going to be when he purchased it? It wouldn't matter. I wouldn't look at it on stream necessarily, but I'll check it out in just a moment. All right, no yeet at the beginning. Seesaws, back and forth axes. There is a yeet. Bonkuses. Okay, there's a few things I can go through here. Yeah, I figured. Okay, easiest way to deal with the axes here, don't go down the middle. Just work along the very edge here. Just make sure that you don't get desynced by someone else. Seesaws, you can grab at the most of the dead center sections here. So we kind of work our way just to make sure we don't accidentally grab the same time as someone else. A jump before a slime slide will always get you a speed boost. Okay, time-wise on this, we can go to here. Just wait before the Blankas. Wait until it's swinging away from where you're standing. Do a jump here. This one, we won't be able to make it. But you can go forward, or both this one and the one to the right of me, you could do a diagonal jump to the side here. And then do bunny hops, which are jumps when the ramp is slanted down. Do a jump the moment that you land while the ramp is at an angle, and it'll get you a slight forward boost. You can handle it okay, and it's just Trader Joe's, so probably not. I can't. I want to change one sound setting, but I need to be in like a survival round to change it real quick. It's just the one that when I press like a button to get out of the game to like look at Discord, like this. Notice that this game sound turns off, but there's a setting in game where you can change that. I don't think I'll be able to do it at the end of Speed Circuit, but maybe. We'll see. Again, preferably survival round. Also, do you know if Pupley's going to be streaming tonight? Or is he now? Okay, and there's those 4 forward slinguses. Again, I'm not going to that middle. Also, Irrelevant Saul is in front of me, I know is a good player. Okay. Wait for them to move it for me, so I wasn't the first one up there. This time I should have timing to make this cycle. Okay. Not the cleanest, but I'm in 4th place. Can we make this jump before they press the button? We can. Nice. Go here. Now I'm in 3rd place. Let's actually just see. Oh. Nope. I guess we won't use it. Can we use this one? Yeah. Kinda. Also, I should have timing for this right one now. Down the center, it looks like. Okay, no one near me, so I could do this. Do a dive. I'll wait for half a tick. Go here. Okay. Right one is the jumpable one. And the middle one. Right, I won't be able to make this flipper until now. But I should get 2nd place, I believe. Yep. Oh yeah, the spinner strategy, that's about the easiest one, is both right and left side spin towards the center, so or towards you. So you do a jump and then a dive towards the middle, and then you want to take the right spinner for the second half. And then usually you should only need one jump on that second spinner. Go through the door, and then you can do a jump or a dive to the end conveyor belt. For some reason I felt like this was going to be Bounce Party. No specific advice here. The main thing, jump dive, gotcha, yep. The main thing with Bounce Party is wherever you dive when you're in the air, that is where the game considers your last height at. Now, what I mean by that is, the more you bounce on these, the higher you go. Up to, I think, 4 or 5 bounces is the highest. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think there's a higher at 5. So at 5, if I do a dive to here, it keeps that same height for me. 3, 4. 4. Also, 4 is all you need to get these golds, to be able to clear them. Alright, should be able to make it this way. So we'll do a dive here, which will keep us just enough momentum to get through the next one. 2, 3, 4. Into there. 2, 3, 4. Ah. Okay. Let's go here. There's no rings coming, so we can safely do the dive through there. We're going to ignore the middle one in favor of going for this guy. And then... I don't know that I've ever gone through this series of hoops. Here, we'll go for style points and get a gold for our last one. There we go. Yeah, the body blocking can be pretty bad. So that's one of the biggest things in the round is just see what pathing you can take. Like, look at the beans more than the rings, essentially. Like, you'll get used to the ring timing in your head, so you don't have to be, like, so focused on it. So the diving height thing. So, you know how after 4 bounces, you're going, like, really high in the air, right? If you then dive to the side at that high height, that high ring height, when you do your dive, you'll go to the side pad, you'll hit that pad, and you'll still maintain that same height. If you're falling down from that height and you dive like inches from the ground and you hit another pad, when you bounce against the pad, it'll only bounce you to the height of where you dove, which would be inches from the ground. So if you're going to dive for the purposes of going from one section to another, make sure you're doing your dive when you're like at the apex, at your highest possible height, because then you'll keep your height after you do your dive. Okay, we're just gonna walk through that one casually, jump through this one. We're gonna get ourselves caught up a bit first before we try tricksy things like grabbing others. Like here, grab, jump. That one will just jump. Jump, jump. Outside for the timing here, inside to catch up a bit. Now we could just kind of walk under, do a jump. Jump, jump. Left side is safer for that timing. Oh, and we're through. Yeah, if I get another bounce party, I'll show you what the difference is between those two styles of jumps, even if I don't make it through. It's one of those things that's easier to see with a visual. Well, at least I'm getting plenty of blast ball practice. Alright, extreme pacifism mode activated. What do we got? 9 people in here, so yeah, we definitely don't want to mess with anyone too soon. We just have to hope that the 2 Undertakers aren't together. So we're going to go to the farthest reaches of the map. And we're just going to throw a ball off the side as a show of peace. We just continue watching people throwing balls at each other and not at me. Nope. Nope. Nope, get that out of here. Oh, that one hit the sidewalk. There we go. 1 person gone. Let's just stay near this guy. Here, you can have it. Here, I'll run away. We're on unfortunate cycle with everyone here. Nope. Oh, oh man. Like I said, we were just on an unfortunate cycle going around there. I don't necessarily think they were throwing at me. They were just kind of like everyone kept throwing, and it just kept landing like in my general direction. Like I said, though, finals wise, I can. Oh, actually, before I forget, let me do this here. Audio. Mute audio background. Okay. So now I can continue. Now, oh, guys, that's not how that works. Audio off. There we go. Okay, so now I can actually enjoy it. Also feels a bit anticlimactic as the final. I know what you mean. I do enjoy it though. Like I said, I just need to get a bit better with the timings and like avoiding Game already started. Alright then. So one thing I wanted to see was Puffley's tattoo. You can look at it in the background. In general. I see him getting the tattoo. Oh, there. Oh, cute. Yeah, the Fall Guys goose saying honk. What levels do I least want? Rhinos, Blast Ball, just because I'm better at practically every other final. Tail Tag. Those are three of the ones that I can think of. I mean, literally a lot of the rounds that I've already gotten today. Exciting, it's coming back, it'll be fun to watch. Yeah, agreed. Let's see. Not a great spawn. We can see what we could do about it. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump on this pedal just because not many are going to. And I'm going to take the side pathing here. Just for safety's sake. Go here, immediately fall off for the chance at getting a better spawn. We can run across this thing. We'll just take it all the way to here. And then we can do the same shot as before. Oh yeah. These you can do a jump dive over to get across them. This you can do the same run and jump. Oh, whoops. It's a daisy. Try it again. Jump dive over. This you could do. Oh god. Do that same shot as before. Left side here gets you into one fan that's going into another fan. Right, we don't need to do a jump. There we go. And right. What else don't I want to see? I mean, Rhinos is the biggest one. That's like a giant team killer. Bounce Party won't be great, and the main reason for that is the sheer amount of desync, and combined with bounce parties, typically when there's very few people. So that means that there might only be like 13 in the lobby, and only 8 can get in, and you need 4 out of those 8 to be you and your teammates, right? So while you yourself might be fine in a 1 in 8 situation, when you have 3 other gamers on your own team and yourself who need to get in, and you're forced to claim for those 8 spots, like that's a lot. It's a big ask. What other rounds have come out lately? Most of the other. Oh, I don't want to see volleyball now because of the physics update. Which is unfortunate, because like I said before, I love volleyball. But they just ruined it too bad. Okay. Should be able to do it here. Little wiggle. Jump. Oh, the hammer got in my right, dang. Alrighty. Alright, but let's see if we can do a come from behind here, because we were the second from the end just now. Do a jump over here, just so you don't kank over it. Oh, got pushed the direction I didn't want to go by another bean. Dive. Okay. Do the cut to the right here. Alright, now. Oh, I jumped way too early there. Alright, that might cost us a bit. Let's see what we can do about it. Right, we need to see where the cycle is. Right side is the safer cycle. Do a jump. Oh, I was hoping I could just cut that. Right, we'll do the dive early that time, just to ensure we make it. Alright, considering we were, like I said, second to last before, to get 8th place, pretty alright. Yeah, they fiddled with the physics too much for it to be enjoyable now. And there's too many situations where a ball will teleport either like out of the field completely or it'll teleport through the net. Diving after the floating mitosis swing boost saves time. Which dive? Oh, you mean the two floating rings over the giant field of bounce pads? Yeah, essentially, dives in general are used anytime you want forward momentum without having upward momentum. Yeah. So what happens is, after you jump through that double ring, you'll end up going up in the air, go through the hoop, you come back down, you bounce on the pad, and then you start going up like this again. So what you want to do is go through the ring, get the speed boost, come down, and then when you come up, immediately do a dive so you're still against the ground. Essentially, you want as little air time as possible is what you're going for. It's technically the same thing you're trying to do from that speedrun trick that I mentioned at the very beginning of the level. That's the reason why you want to try to get a dive off so quickly afterwards. Oh, I finally feel a grabber. Construction worker bean. Orange bean. Got a few grabbers in here. Oh, there's a guy baiting at the front. Victory man. Oh. I thought someone was actually going to get him there. See, he's just baiting. He's waiting for someone to come up and grab him. And for them to either just accidentally go off with their arms out, or he would jump behind them, which is that jump dive you see him doing, so he can grab them from behind and then push them off. Oh. Yeah, I'm literally just watching him. This being right in front of me right now. Oh. And good over the cat ear, so minimal, so cute. Yeah, I meant to mention before, someone in one of the servers I'm in said they wish that they didn't only come in white. Like if they were black, that one person would wear them. And I kind of agree. It would be nice if there were other colors in them. Just the bomb cannons being on black. Yeah, yeah. The Spartan event. Yeah, I loved having the blast balls on there. Tiptoe. The ones on Gate Crash or whatever it was dumb. But definitely Tiptoe and Big Shots were two good ones. And the one on Big Shots, you could actually throw a blast ball at an object and it would send the object in a different direction. Yeah, exactly. It'd be nice if the cat ears changed colors with your color to match. Okay, so same strats as before. So let me show what I was talking about. So here's the height. So here in a dive, and we're still going that way. If I dive down here, though, notice like how low of a bounce I'm getting. Oh. Alright, we might have some problems in this round, but I said that before. Also, you can from here... Oh, I wanted to try to show it. But from that front pad, you can actually make it back up onto the main playing field. Okay, from here we're gonna wait just so we can bounce here. Well, I'm at 12 already, even with my mess-ups. I'm just gonna go for singles for right now. Yes, it still made 4th. Yeah, I have a clip somewhere of me doing exactly that with the blast ball bombs. Anyway, but hopefully that visual I gave you just showed you what I was talking about with the dives before. So doing a dive from full height, you keep your full dive height. Even if you had full height before that, if you do a dive once you're coming down, that is where your momentum is going to stop at. You'll only get that much height back when you jump on the next pad. This is one of those things important to know when you're trying to transfer from one pad to the next, because you want to try to keep your height as long as you can in that level. Yep. Yeah, it's a very good to know. We got Yeetuses here. I personally find the right side can be a bit easier just because the two pink triangles, and I'm on the right anyway, the two pink triangles kind of act as checkpoints. Because you want to stay on the very sides of Fruit Shoot anyway. Do a quick dive. A jump. There. So we've now made the second checkpoint. Only jump when everything is perfectly clear. Never jump when fruit is being shot out. Like here. Well, that was kind of anticlimactic and quick. Also, I didn't do it because I cleared both of the pink triangles. But you can, if you're jumping over the pink triangle, you can hit the very front edge of it. Press jump as you're hitting it, and you'll do a forwards fast high jump forward that kind of clears the other beans that are behind you. Yeah, I've been practicing getting good bounces off the pink triangles. Yeah, exactly. Alright, the one gamer, Victory Man, the one who was trying to lure people to push them off with big shots, is still in here. Like, that is definitely the move of someone who knows what they're doing, essentially, because they're confident enough to be up there. Alright, Thin Ice. Here's a round I'm usually pretty good at. People nowadays don't actually know Island Strat, so I'll consider doing it, maybe. Let me see what variant this is first, if it's... Not on Pyramid. Pyramid, I'm not going to bother. On Pyramid, you can either run out the edges to make it quick, or you can run out the top to strategize. So that's the first thing I do, is I just run out the top layer. So we're just going to completely get rid of this, while at the same time seeing what's on the edges. Also, that same gamer from before, Victory Man, this one who's right in front of me right here, they're actually trying to make potholes. But if they make one in front of me, I'm going to tap grab them at the last second on their pothole, and they should just drop through it. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of second layer here also. Alright, I don't think anyone's actively trying to make an island. I'll look at chat again in one moment. Okay. One of the things you can really do on thin ice is trick people. Make a section that looks like it's mostly cracked and is completely unappealing. And then kind of run away from it. But then afterwards go right back to it. Also, right now I'm just trying to see if I can get away with cutting off this entire island section to myself. Oh! I literally got pushed off to the side by that beam. But like I said, we're not really going for wins right now. We're just trying to go for finals. Oh, that reminds me. That was the other thing I wanted to do. Click this. Let us turn on the filter stats for the session. There you go. 6 out of 7 have been finals. Yep. Yeah, hip check. Yeah, as long as that finals percentage in the middle left of the tracker stays pretty high, then I'll be happy. And the other big thing is, like, right now I'm kind of talking with chat and whatnot, and explaining strategies. During Bean Brawl, I'm usually much more concentrated on the actual game, and I hide chat completely anyway. There's going to be a lot of differences. And I have the mindset that I can learn a lot from the losses and not worry about winning. Yeah. My thing is, I don't care about winning. As long as I'm having fun, right? I play far more LTMs than I do solo show. The truth of the matter is, winning means that you've gotten to one of only 10 finals out of like the 65, 70 some odd rounds that exist. So you've already gone through a lot at that point. A lot of gameplay, a lot of rounds. So it's just a matter of who you can deal with amongst those 10 finals. Alright, I don't seem to recognize anyone here, I don't think. Alright, we'll try some basic speedrunning strats. Or I could just get canked forever. That's cool. And then get bodied by another beam. Also cool. Okay, we're not gonna bother with that section anymore. Okay, do dives on pads, because again, the longer you're in the air, the worse it is for you. I don't know why that Sonic thought it was a good idea to dive backwards onto the pad. Here we go. Yeah, I think it might have been that one. It was one. Oh, there's like 3 Sonics at the moment, one of which is just named with a period. So I did want to check in the background. Just kind of want to see real quick who's on at the moment. Oh, interesting. Flash is actually on. See how long I continue on here. Alright, so we look at this flyover, you look at this end bit, it is the right side that we want to be on for those spinners. Also, there's a definitive path where you can jump, but you don't need to. For this, you just angle your camera down, and it's from here to here, 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 here. There is a diagram for it. If you just look up Dizzy Heights diagram, you'll end up seeing it online. We do dives here at the corner, just to clear under the... or just swoop to the side. Alright, this beanbot doesn't understand that that doesn't mean anything. We do a grab there. Okay, here was the right side and why we take it. We are currently top 4 or 5. Okay, I'm gonna do this the riskier way. Jump! There you go. You just do a jump at the very last second when the bar is about... Oh, there you go. When the bar is about to hit you, gets you a forward boost of momentum. Oh, thanks for the hydrate again, machine. Appreciate it. And you can do that on almost any bar that's like that in the game, which includes the one in Lost Temple, the one at the beginning of Full Tilts. I mean, really any of the pink bars. The Lost Temple one is a green bar, but it's the same idea. Also, the one in Lost Temple is less worth it because you actually can't clear very high in the rooms. The one in Full Tilt is absolutely worth it, though, if you can get it correctly. Oh, Jump Club is the only thing that I died on earlier, so let's try not dying this time. But I was doing some physics experimentation at the time. Three bars with fruit. Literally the only thing you need to do in this is survive. Don't grab. Hope others don't grab you. Which means a lot of running away from people. As I mentioned on the earlier Jump Club, oh, I'm on bad cycle. Now that I was just hit, I should be on better cycle. We run here. Essentially, we want to be in the section that doesn't have anyone in it, which we are. And you kind of want to keep that as your general what you're looking for. Okay. Alright, I'm getting 2 blocks, so I have to go backwards. So if you ever need, you could do, you could do an earlier jump. Right, I should be able to, I should have been able to make that jump. But you could jump early before the bars had you and then dive in the air to clear it. That'll prevent others from grabbing. Those commentaries, you need a water break if you're drinking water. Yeah, I am drinking water. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but it's in there. Yeah. Oh, it's water. Okay. This is the... Oh, this is the one that I quit earlier. Like, very, very early in the stream. Alright, let's hope for, like, a normal path with a decent spawn that I can actually run. Left side... Okay, we have left side, and then it's left side, and then leftish middle. That might need to be moved. I think I can make it. But I have such a clean run that it's going to be on me if I fuck this up. So, jump, jump, dive, jump. Go up to the here, jump, dive, jump, jump, dive. Jump, jump, dive, jump, jump. Quick dive at the end with a grab. And then we go here. Do jump, normal jump, jump with a dive at the... Ah! Alright, that just needs a slight move forward. We'll go this way, pull this forward for a second. Go here, and then, here we go. Yeah, that was the only thing I was concerned about, was that one block. But I said that even before I did my run. Right, this should be number 9 right here. Well, I guess 8. 9th guy is just waiting at the line. Now we have to wait until they can psych out another player. Alright, good. I hope you feel great about yourself. How long? A couple weeks into the first season. So as a result, I have all of the costumes for the past many seasons at the very least. I also have beta tester skin and the Dark Knight skin as well. Oh hey, a final I can actually potentially win. This is another one. I hate that they made it smaller, that it scales to how many people are in the lobby. But I can go over a couple things in here. Main thing is, it goes so slow in the beginning, and you want to conserve there's a few things. You want to conserve tiles, and you want to make sure that you know what paths are left available. So, to conserve in the beginning, because it's going so slow, normally you want to do a jump like this, that's diagonal, but in the beginning you kind of want to do more like sideways jumps, because that's going to be the easiest to not accidentally eat a tile. Also, from front to back, you want to be more on the front of the level than the back of the level. Because you get more jump options, you get more options to trip other people up who are behind you. So around here-ish. Not too much further forward, because you could easily slip off the front of the level. Also, we're looking to the side every once in a while just to see how much of the middle of the level has been eaten up. Also, guys who are on the very left like this, you can actually just push off the side. But since they're being pretty chill, we're not actually going to touch them for the time being. I'm hoping that gold Sonic at the very front just kind of gets pushed off the front. Okay. Let me concentrate for a quick moment. Okay, not too eaten up in the middle just yet. Oof. Okay. Oh my god, the friggin' Goomba stomps there. Oh! Oh! And Tails ended up getting in my way of trying to jump forward like that. I think it was hard to tell because there were 3 people going 3 different directions, but I think I needed to go further to the left and stay on the very left side. Yeah, that stomp backwards was really what did it. Like, I was so far desync, and it like popped me 3 tiles back. So then I had to catch up, and I had to catch up right at the section where I needed to be in front because of all of the holes that were around me. Like, I needed to have visuals as to where my next path was going to be, and I was having to do that with like half-second on-the-fly decision-making. Started pushing someone off the ring going, it's in a backfire, you fell. Yeah. That grab timing takes some getting used to. Okay, track attack. There's some things that we can talk about here. The beginning, the speedrunners do a weird path that I just can't deal with. But the first thing you want to do, you want to, same as with Speed Circuit, you want to fall off immediately, and then do a dive. Just like that middle ring section of Speed Circuit. So here, and then dive. Okay. We're now near the front. This you can do just a normal jump. You don't need the dive. I just do the dive for safety to make it through. Do the jump. Oh! Oh god! Woo! Alright. Go through here. We'll do another jump for safety. Now here you don't need a jump. From this conveyor to this, you don't need to do a jump. Also, we'll take this pathing just because I find it a bit safer. Oh my god. Like, this is the kind of unlucky bullshit that I have to deal with. Fucking Knuckles deciding for no goddamn reason whatsoever to go from the middle ramp to the side ramp and completely block my path. I mean, it was so far ahead that it didn't matter. I fell, got up, and I still ended up qualifying anyway. But yeah, when I say safer, the speedrunner way to do that is you go through the very last speed ring that's on the top. You then, that white square, or parallelogram or whatever, that's in the rhombus, that's in the middle, you run along the line, the right line of it, and then fall down onto the right side ramp. So you're still taking the right side ramp. Also, let's see what variant of ski fall this is, because I might actually be able to teach my own strat. I'll show my own strat anyway. There's a strat for ski fall that works great for anti-grav and for custom lobbies. And so let me show you what it is. So you know most people will go down the sides fully or try to go use these Edises to get gold rings and whatnot. Here's what I do. So I go for a single ring and then I fall off the level. Now, why do I fall off? Because we are now in line for this silver ring, and then this gold ring, and then this other gold ring. Oh, whatever, it'll be silver. Then this silver ring again. Then this gold ring again. And then if for some reason we miss something, we're on for another gold ring at the very end of it. So because other players in custom lobbies don't take that line, you can nearly guarantee yourself a spot to the next round without getting body blocked by others. Yeah, it works very, very well for anti-grav, like I said, as well. You end up, again, with the same cycles, the same lines. And the propellers in the middle of the anti-grav section line up well with the silver and gold. Also, why am I getting nothing but wall guys tonight? I still want to just get first place in one where I have a good spawn and the blocks are already set up for me to just jump across them. So again, we're ignoring the first section. What do we got? Left side, middle, left or right. No, left side, middle, left. The right one needs to be moved. And because it's left side and we're on left side, we go here with a little wiggle. Do this jump with a grab. We go up here. We'll also need a jump with a grab. Oh, I said it was middle next. Okay. And then this one was left side. So we'll go this way. Okay, this was definitely the cleanest wall guys we had, and that guy wasn't accounting for fan timing, so we actually did get first. Well, that finally felt better than all the other wall guys that I've been going through. Yep, that guy made it. Who else we got? Nope, nope. Yeah, these two should, and one of the three who just grabbed. Oh, nope. So probably one more round and then a final, I'd imagine. Although I hadn't really been looking at names. I know that MMRVO was in one of our games earlier. Oh, nope, 13-person blast ball. The biggest pacifist round I'm gonna have to run now. Okay, We're gonna try to super concentrate on where balls are being thrown from. It's unfortunate because you want to be at the edge to see everyone, but you also don't want to be at the edge to not get knocked off. Yeah, I know, a lot of blast ball. Okay, let's just protect this among us. We'll let them get all the balls they want here. The spawner. No, no one gets that ball. No one gets this ball either. Or this one. Essentially, I want to throw as many of these off as possible so they spawn on the other side. Let them deal with it over there. Like, look at how many balls are on the other side as is. Oh, no, take it. There we go. Nope. We're getting rid of that. We're getting rid of this. We're getting rid of that. 4 people dead already. Okay. Oh, I don't want to be... Oh, God! Yeah, I was saying I didn't want to be there. But you can see that you actually can live quite a long time at the beginning of Blast Ball by just not doing anything. And we're still doing good. We're still making... We've only missed one final, and that was very early on. While I was doing practice dives on the... on Jump Club. I'm still pretty happy. Also, Pop, I had a question for you. So where did you get your current name from? I know that... I'm trying to remember what movie it was where I've specifically heard some guys saying that in a menacing way. Hello, Poppet. And it's not coming to me, but I know that the moment you say it, it's going to be the same movie, and I'm going to be disappointed in myself for not remembering. That's what it is. Yep. I knew that it was a male voice, slightly older. I could hear it in the back of my head. They're saying it to Keira Knightley's character, right? Like Barbosa or whoever it is. Oh, DLX is in here. Who is in my chat before and is one of the channel moderators here. Uh-oh. Boop. Uh-oh. Oof. Oh, I just say that until that one white bean. Man. No. Wait for this to come back. Oh, that MMRVO guy is back in here again, too. Oh, no, no. We're not dealing with that with like 100 people down the center. I should still be able to make this. I have an aloe plant that I neglected, hung in there, had a second chance, so I'm trying to reach it and take good care of it now. Want to name myself after it? Oh, that's cute. When Elizabeth hadn't positive one of the pirates finds her, mine is buried in my brain. They totally get it. Also, is DLX streaming? That's the next question. Oh, he is. Okay. Let me just go into his chat and send him a quick wave. I just realized that he made me a mod in his chat as well. Big fan of dumb wordplay. Wanted to do an aloe hello type of thing. Got it. Oh my god, he got such a good spawn in right in front of me. Alright, let's see here. Well, we're somehow in the lead here. I don't know how that happened. We jump. We don't need to jump here. Oh, we can just make that. There's the corner turn I wanted. Do that. Dive. Jump. Okay. This has been going way too well so far. Let's see if we mess this up. Oh, yep, I did. I didn't get the dive off, but that's okay. Okay. Left side. Okay. Dive. Jump. I don't need first here. That's fine. But a good run. Line popped in your head and here you are. Yeah, I also like decent wordplay. Also, DLX did make it in here, right? I'm assuming. Oh no, I also see Mr. Kororo. I don't know if that's actually Kororo or if it's just one of his followers. The red bean bottom right. Yeah, so smooth. It was definitely my smoothest one of the night so far. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's not die on this jump club. I mean, we've had jump clubs since the one I died on, so we should be okay, I'm hoping. Also, 6 o'clock. I should check my front door. Maybe in between rounds here, or in between games rather, just because I should have a package over there. Also, so I said before, you can jump over the bar, you can actually clear an entire run. I don't know that I'd be able to jump the bar a second time here though. Also, I need names on. Okay, we're getting close to... Let's do the jump now, just for safety. Also, the one here. Also, the jump dive I was talking about, jump, dive. And then you don't have to worry about people potentially grabbing you. Alright, we had 11. Also, we lost DLX somewhere along the way. I don't know if that was just now. Is this an 11-person bounce party? Oh, God. Alright. Now it's actually important that we don't fall. Because typically you're going to have really good players that are left over with only 11. So no falling, no getting desynced by others. Yeah, I trust me, machine, I noticed. 1, 2, 3, 4 is enough, but let's actually try to get the ring early here. Actually, we're going to get this one. Oh. 1. Oh, 1. We won't be able to make this ring cycle. So I'll have to wait for the next gold ring. We'll stay over here. We'll get these rings. With the intent. So, oh! I wanted to show how you can use that middle platform, but then I can't. Oh, I shouldn't go. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't go for that ring. Okay. Also, someone already calling, so that's actually a little concerning. Oh no. One. Oh no, we might not make this. Yeah, I just realized. Like I said, I needed to make sure that I wasn't falling in there, and I did. Yeah, that was something I mentioned earlier when you'd asked about what rounds don't I want to see. I don't want to see a small bounce party for literally the reason you just saw right. Oh, Evie. How's it going, bud? Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Oh, welcome in for Think Sean stuck. Thanks and Paul, guys. You getting any wins today? Yeah, like I said, I mean, I had enough problems calling, plus to knowing that there was definitely 3 other gamers who are going to be in there at the time. We all got the Sonic challenges done, then played solo show for a bit. No wins in solo. Lost a few finals. Got it. Yeah, I haven't even been going for wins necessarily in solo here. I've been playing only solo, but because I did the Sonic thing earlier off stream. I'm just going for finals right now for Bean Brawl on Sunday. Hopefully you're at least having fun. I've mostly just been explaining all of the different things you can do in all these different levels. Also, I think this is the first slime scraper that we've had all day. So one thing I usually do, I wait here for the 100 beans, so we're going to go for this one flipper. Do my jump dive. Oh, no, we're not going to... Oh, hold on. There we go. Do the jump over here. Okay, I found out how to get the skip here the other day. We'll try it once. But yeah, I'm not going to try it a second time. It used to be much easier to get that skip last season. This season, I'm not going to bother. Alright, no punchers here. He would jump onto this little purple thing. He would dive. Nope. No, I wouldn't be able to make that. Dive, jump, another jump. Here you have a few options. You can jump from here, and then do a dive up here. Or, I mean, there's other places you could do it, but you could do a run and jump. You can see I can't really do it because of people in my way, but you could just go up the side completely. Like I said, I personally find it easier from here. That's just a personal thing. Over here, anytime you're in this, you get a dive off to just clear the bars. We're not even going to bother taking any side flippers or anything here. Just walk our way through. Also, you can, if you want to avoid everything going on up ahead. Just, oh! So, if you saw, you eventually get to a lip up there, you can take that lip and you can just walk the lip to the very end. Personally, I didn't like the Sonic challenges. I don't know what you thought about it, Evie. I mean, it was a round 1, so I didn't really care as much. But we can pull up the Sonic show real quick. Actually, if we're pulling up the Sonic show, we'll go to a slightly closer server to myself. Yeah, here, we can show it on stream. It's not that big a deal. So, it's a hunt round, right? It's 3 rounds. It's essentially Bubble Trouble Trials. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I already had my mug in my hand. So it's collect like 20 rings, collect 35 rings, and then collect 50 rings. The rings are like bubbles. They spawn at certain times, but always in the same locations. It's 3 tiers. There's bounce pads. There is pipes from season 6. But it's so like spawn dependent. And I only just found out recently, like, it's almost, if you spawn next to one of the bounce pads, you once you learn the patch strategy is really just about spawn and execution, which really isn't fun. Yeah, is exactly what I was just saying. Yeah, because like, from what I found out, if you spawn next to a bounce pad, you have such an advantage. I didn't, from what I caught. So my usual pathing kind of goes something like this. I go here to here, into one of the speed boosts, into one of these, which gets me to the top level. Go through this thing, get all the rings in here, and then try to get as quickly as possible. Cross here. I skip this section up here. And then... oh, this won't... oh, yeah, everyone here is going for the same exact rings, which are the ones that end up right here. So, because there's like this giant cluster that shows up in that first and second section. As you saw, by the time that I got there, those clusters had already been taken. I just need one ring. Let's just go here, grab this. Let me see if we can find the person who's about to get the giant cluster on the very top. Here, so there's the clusters. You can see above there. In the background now. Oh, God. Okay. They're on the other side of the level now. Oh, above this person. There's those, like, giant-ass clusters of rings. You should do your best to always go for the same corner at the start, no matter where you spawn. I'd have to think about it. Also, yeah, so the cluster... there's the cluster. Like, literally above this guy's... where the rings 15 to 20 is. Just to the right of it right now. Those same corners at start no matter where you spawn. So the back-to-back staircases, you need to take the corner that starts you with the first staircase. Yeah, it's a giant cluster. And then time will always let you compete for the clusters. Which pipe should I be going for? For the one that I went through or the one on the other side is the question. Okay, I can already see like which is the one that I need to take. It's the one right in front of me right now, because that'll get me to the big cluster. So let's go this way. This one will take me directly to the giant cluster, where I immediately get tripped up by others. Amazing. Like, these rounds don't matter. As long as you get your rings, you're fine. It's only in the third round when it's only one person qualifies and they get the crown. Okay. So here I'm at this again. We grab that person. Get all of these. Okay, I guess I'm on bad cycle for that. But it seemed I was the one who got the giant cluster. Theoretically, had I not gone for that second cluster, coming around here... yeah, see, had I not gone for the second cluster, I would have been on time for that staircase to come back up. And I think... can I just... oh, I'll just make the staircase. So here we're gonna do this. Actually, I'm gonna see if you can actually wait for this cluster here. If I lose, I lose. I don't really care that much. those rings in here, here. Yeah, I'll likely lose here. Oh, there's that cluster, finally. 30. Oh. 1. Oh. Actually might have made it through there. But I haven't done any of the testing to see, like, how long it takes for the clusters to come back. So I waited 2 cycles, and it still wasn't enough time. Which means that, like, the only way to deal with that cluster is you have to be the one to get it, then run all the way around, and be the one to get it again. I'll try it one more time here. But I'm sure there's other better lines. Evie, if you're still around, did you figure out any better sections than just going to the one that I was going to right now? But in general, I hate the round because, like I said, it's like Bubble Trouble, but it isn't. Because in Bubble Trouble, you can find ways around getting rings and whatnot. But that top tier alone is just whoever's in front of you gets the rings. An end of story. So if someone gets to that cluster before I do quicker than me, then they're just the ones who get it. And they'll be on cycle for it repeatedly over and over. Here, I'll read that in one moment. But I did see from Vilmer that apparently going this way... Oh. When you're not desynced by 30 people, we'll just do it anyway. Also gets you to this top section very quickly. So the first of these was already gotten. The second was not. Alright, let's see if we go... We don't really need that for now. Okay. Over here. It's just like the quickie way to deal with most of this level. So there's like 8 people left. I may or may not make this one also. I made it. If you could learn the timing of the rings spawning off the bumpers, you could really speed things up. I just run in a circle to the larger clusters over and over again. Yeah. Yeah, you mean those 2 large ones that I was going for initially? Also, let me refill my water. Yeah, it feels like whoever gets those just ultimately ends up being the winner. I could be wrong. There may be other better lines out there. But then there's also no indicator of like who is in first at any given time. So I don't know who to grab in pants to like make sure that they're no longer a threat. I don't know. Okay, so theoretically, this is one of the best spawns that you can get, right? I'll be at the... Oh, no. Oh, if I went to that one, I'd actually go to the wrong staircase. So I needed the other spawn on the other side, technically. So this we ignore. Oh, they just got the other set. So here's my question then. So what if I wait here? Oh, you can't. So you can wait on the ones up above my head now, but you can't wait on the ones that I just tried to wait at. Okay, I just got on cycle to get those rings. I'm literally just trying to slow myself down to see if I can get anything out of here. Oh. Oh, there's the giant set. Oh. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, I did everything fine, but because this red person was ahead of me, they're the ones who end up getting all of the rings. And there they are again. This person's still ahead of me. But they should qual. Yep, there. So I gain the benefit of being able to get those rings. I just need one ring. I shouldn't have gone through this direction. Whatever, make it work. As far as I'm aware, the ring clusters won't restart their spawn timer until all the rings are gone. Oh, that's good to know too. So yeah, so I just feel like if you're not the one to first get to those rings, you just automatically lose in this round right now. The third round. So let's see where I spawn. Luckily, the event itself, you don't actually need to win. Alright. Where did I spawn and where? Literally the pipe is the exact opposite one from me. Does this one even do anything for me? Nope, because now they're all above my head. And you see the 5 of 50 with the exclamation? The exclamation means you're losing right now. I think I just saw someone, yeah. So the cluster's gone. Ah, oh, of course, it like just spawned as I was there and falling. Alright. I'm on cycle for a couple of those rings. Oh yeah, I'm at 20. They already won. Skip past this. So yeah, it's a dumb fucking mode. Is the short form version of it. So 448 and stream. Okay, that's the one thing, is I'll get 34 shards in like 50 more rings collected. Alright, I'll continue this and probably end stream not long afterwards. I think I actually do know who I'm gonna raid now. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I spawned at the exact opposite side of anything that would have helped me just now on that final spawn. So, like, what am I supposed to do? It's so... They made this so lopsided and blatantly unfair. But I'll literally do this right now just to get those 50 shards. Also, if I could figure out how to go top speed, which is another one of their criteria. I need to do that like 15 times for another X number of shards. But I don't quite know what you need to do for that to happen. Where? It's over there. So let's try this bounce. Oh, no, that one doesn't take you anywhere, but I do get to here now. Wait, were these already taken? Is that what's happened just now? I figured this is the first round, so we should theoretically have time to see what the ring timing is like over here. Still waiting it out. That person should lose their footing soon. Or does it just not spawn here at all? What won't work, Evie? Also, let me see if I can't figure out how to get to top speed in this level. Yeah, looks like those. Are any rings spawning anywhere, by the way? Okay. I kind of want to just, like, sit here and chill with everyone. Actually, no, you know what? This is going to be a great time for me to, like, actually figure out this level. Okay, so dives up to here. I was told that going from a speed pad into a boost was how you actually go fast. Could be wrong. What else would make you go fast? Slime won't. Going from this into one of these things? Nope. What else makes you go fast? Also, I cannot wait for everyone in this lobby to lose. Can you go from that stairwell to this stairwell? Not really. Yeah, you're just noticing the lack of rings in this. Wow, you can, like, just make that cycle. Okay, interesting. See, these are the kinds of things that are good to know. That apparently... Oh wait, is there only... Oh, there's only the one waterfall. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Pure sandbox right now. But you can get up here from here. Now the question is, I saw other people using these, so can I just... You can do that as well. Alright. These are good things to know. Okay. Oh, goodbye. Hey. I'm still trying to figure out the speed thing, though. So, how do I get top speed here? It's gonna be using speed boost. What else gives you extra speed? Going from one speed boost to another... So the question, is it like going through all of these? Aside from these, what else would get me extra speed? Oh, the max speed is bugged. You can't get it on. Oh, got it. So, what level can you get it on? Is the question. Wait, okay. Like, that's not okay. Also, we gotta remember that that happened just before the 5 o'clock mark on stream. Oh god. Okay, there we go. So that means I got nothing for that, which they kind of showed us. Alright. And I couldn't even get my score points. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not that happy with it. I also forgot, like, the biggest purpose was I wanted to get my 50 points out of this. And I still have that package that should be hopefully at the front door. Guess I could check my email, because they will have told me if it was delivered already. Oh no, damn it. Wouldn't have worked out anyway. They delivered it to the front desk at my apartment block, and they delivered it 10 minutes before they close. So, okay. Whatever. Though sometimes they send that, and then I go and look, and it is actually at my door, but we'll see. Alright. Okay, I actually see rings. Amazing. Oh, whoops. That wasn't where I wanted to be. This is where I wanted to be. Like, look at that. That is not okay. It is not okay that I qualified that in 19 seconds. And I shouldn't have. Literally, there was someone in front of me. I just platformed better than they did. Which was what Evie was saying before. That it's all about execution. Okay, but that's 20, so as long as... I don't even need to qualify from the next round. I just need to get 30 out of the 35 rings from the next round. And then I'll be done getting the shards that I wanted. And then we'll probably raid out right after that. Watch someone who's near the end. They should qual next. Soon, at least. This person has 0 rings. Oh, there we go. Okay. This guy just needs 2. Like, I qualified in 19 seconds. We are now a minute 53. That is how important that one giant set of rings is. Also, theoretically, this guy... Oh, no, theoretically, this guy. Oh, no. There we go. Just wait. No one else I recognize. The very first game I played on the day, I actually did recognize someone in here. Also, I love the name Unsecured Network. Amazing. Alright. If I could just get that same set, maybe I can get it to the point where no one notices that it exists. It's also Eevee if you are still here. So if they don't respawn, if you don't get all of them, is the actual strategy to get most of them and then fuck off and get a different set of rings and let people fight over the 2 rings that are left over. I didn't fully check if this is the correct side to do this. Oh, I think it is. Yeah, amazingly this is. Oh god. Here we go. Okay, I have people in front of me now, but hopefully they'll go to the side sets. Oh, that does actually respawn before I get here. That's good to know. I don't need any of these. I just need... Actually, I just need anything. So, let's go here. Oh, God. Damn it. Oh, double damn it. There we go. So I got first the first round and second in the second round. I think this one was mostly me just messing up. So if I was ever going to have a chance of winning this mode, you're looking at it right now. Oh, well, this guy's 32. I guess we'll continue watching him. Just waiting for that 1 ring to spawn. Oh, there's your ring guy. Who's next closest? No one in the 30s. Okay. Oh yeah. Thought I got him these. Nope. Nope. It's only 2 guy. Oh, of course those just spawn. There we go. There we go. That one was 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Holy. Well, again, if I'm gonna win, this is definitely the lobby for it, but I'm sure it'll be some BS. I'm positive. Let's see what happens. Whoa. Alright, that's where I am. It's behind me. So, here to... here? Oh! Nope. Like, we established we can use this, but the timing is really, really iffy on it. Like, I got so... I guess this was the way to deal with it? I don't know. Oh, that was a great angle. Got my 1 ring. Okay, the cluster's not there at the moment. theoretically, if Evie's right, that... Oh, here we go. Yep. At least the one whose name I like ended up winning. Plus, they're using the Breaker Squad or Breaker Gang banner, which I appreciate for obvious reasons. But I got my shards. That was what was important out of all of that. Even though I'm 6 off. But like I said, I already checked. I saw who I want to raid for today. Exit out of the game and head back to my just chat. So. But yeah, I appreciate everyone who stopped by. Evie with the raid, Pop It for sticking around this whole time. Same with Machine and all of the what's it called? The hydrates. But let's give a quick shout out to the person who we're heading off to, Cody Source. Been on a official partner push lately, so try to get him as many people this way. Pull up the raid and sub raid messages. The raid messages for viewers, followers, lurkers. Oh yeah, of course, Pop It. But yeah, that raid message, viewers, followers, anyone who's lurking, just wants something to say when we head over to Cody's way. Sub raid message is for subscribers. You get to use the cute little Cuphead emotes at the beginning and end of the message. And we'll head over to Cody, show him some love. And like I said, if you could stick around over there, that'd be great, since he is on a partner push. But in the meantime, it's a crazy world out there. So every once in a while, kick back, relax, take a deep breath, and give yourself a little break. Take care from the break room. I appreciate y'all.